Yet. This is exactly why that you look. I say as a person who plans, I'm like, I knew I should have set the stream to. Okay, the levels are definitely off. Yeah. I am gonna have to do an entire sound revamp of OBS because, because I'm gonna have to reset it because I think something is direly off. Tale of today. Even though I slept, I couldn't really wake up. Called me weird. Oh God. It's summer, man. When it's summer, I don't wake up. Eh, but I mean, I need to look. When you're having fun, time flies. That is actually one of the bigger deals. I don't think people know this. It's fine. But let me get something out, basically. But plans forward for this is I'm going to take it episode by episode. That means each are going to be prelude chapter and the first. That's because depending on the chapter its actual self, they can be as long as hell, by the way. That's like why with the ZZZ chapter I did last night. After I did that, I swear, it was about by the end of it, it was 4 in the morning. It's very similar to Natlon. Some of the Natlon stuff is very short because let me say, because there's a lot that I think people don't get about these games. You may think they're, let's just say, seasonal games. That's what keeps COD alive. That's what keeps, let's say, any game that's seasonal. That's what kept Destiny alive. This game has a tendency to, is very different. Its episodic structure, and depending on the story they're doing, it's about 6 to 8 hours of content, sometimes in the main story, because it used to only be like 4. Because ZZZ surprisingly was, oh, we're going to do one story into the other. Then occasionally the epilogues are the longest. Like that one I just did feels more like an epilogue than it does, or a bigger story than the other. Because once something gets, let's hypothetically say, to the 4 to 5 hour mark, even at the rate I play it, that is a lot. That is very heavy. Because assume you drop a new player in to a game like this, and you're rushing a story, that's different. That is one of the reasons I burnt out at doing the archon quests. It's not like I didn't keep up with the lore. I just got to the point. It's more work, and you can always get to it. Fine, yeah, it sucks. You're gonna have to sit down towards the end of the year, probably dedicate, let's say, 60 hours to it. But then again, the odd part, someone's gonna say, well, don't you basically do 60 hours in Diablo? Yeah, no. My Necro sits at like 140, 150 hours. Right? Yeah. That's this season, about 134, 140 hours. But I don't feel that time. Because look, a business, and I'm at home, and I also don't go out when it's a hot summer, so. And a lot of my stuff is contrary to popular belief, what a lot of a special stalker of mine, my biggest fan, likes to think about me, who's crying still about me on Twitter. I don't think about it. But when it comes to something, I just do it. Then I stop for like a month, sometimes a month and a half, because it really gets to you when you do these games. You want to catch up, but you don't catch up. Like, I think I am now the furthest behind in HI3 I have ever been. Because I actively checked out of the entire story after the couple of the launches on basically Honkai Impact 2.0. For the reference, people who don't know, just me how to word this and explain this. HI3 did its run. We got to about 6.0, 6 point something. They knew the auto apocalypse story was coming to an end. They knew they didn't have really a mainline story. They weren't invested in doing APHO. So by the time we got to 7.0, they just didn't care. But they also realized they had to start to revamp the system. So their grand plan was to relaunch Mars, which is supposed to be the opposite of the Hereshura finality, and have we know that sorry if I get her name wrong, tells you how much I care about her, really. She's a fun character, but 2.0 has a lot of, instead of doing a Bubbleverse versus story, they go, we're gonna Genshify Honkai Impact, which we never wanted. We're gonna take systems from it that are better and improve it. And it did improve the economy of HI3. And HI3 has benefited from every other. So if something works, it goes back to the parent game. But 2.0 drove off fans. That's like Destiny 2 killing off the Witness, which has been the main villain, and then expecting people to play. But not follow up any stories. Now, I mean, a lot of people fall off. I mean, 2.0 is getting its. I should say it's getting better. It took them about 3 years. And 2.5, really, because they started to see the fall off and they've gone back to its roots. It's nice to see. But the deep end gamers really only care about a couple of things. Sometimes we care about stories, but a lot of times we only care about characters. That's why they're not charactering us to death. It's a guaranteed pull within 100. So 10 pulls. But over there, it's 2,800 a pull. For the record, there's no 50/50s. So translate that out as you will. It's more of an expensive game and a short. But when it comes to anniversaries, they give out a lot of events and they'll give the outfits out. So where they make their money is separate. But this is a story. Each of their stories don't drag out, but they are cinematic. The problem with CZZ stories is they're kind of Honkai impacting it. Is they're starting to go that long storytelling route, which you could start to tell in about Natlon 5.4 to 5.5. That was easily a 10-hour stream straight. I can do that. But it's one of those things There's two approaches. Mihoyo knows they have a built-in fan base, but there's also the fan base aside that is going to do that and then clean up afterwards. But there's also the casuals that take it episode by episode. But there's also a point, it also feels like you have a ton of bricks on top of you. This is actually in Genshin, it started with Semaru. People will say it started with Inazuma. For most, it started with Semaru. Semaru from 3.0 to 3.9 drags. If you ever play it, please, you will know what I'm talking about. That crap drags. You did not have the features to wait automatically. You did not have any of that. You had to manually do it. Semaru is all largely time-based quests. By the time I checked out of the Archon quest at 3.7, 3.6 or 3.7. Let's go back and look on my channel where I did. It may have been 3.6. And I said, fuck it, I'll explore the world. Because they don't stop you from exploring new regions because they're not region locked. Thank God they don't do that. But the problem is the storytelling would drag. Because we went from Chasm, which we knew was a delay, where you can see we're seeing a very familiar delay. Chasm was a side story dropped in to explain part of the Conrian War, what happened with Conria and Dainsleif, which I think people forgot about Chasm, which I think Chasm turned out to be very important lore, that gave enough of a Conria dump, it kept people around. Then you have it's very similar to the Luma Fate story, because the latter end of 5.5 is very impactful. But no one really knows, because when they want to explain that, that's a difference within about 2.5 years. They know they need to make bigger story beats for Genshin, but they don't know how. But at the same time, they're afraid of the fear of missing out. They're not doing the fear of missing out. Sorry. The FOMO thing is built into Genshin, but it's built in very different. The problem is they're charactering us to death. I mean this, seriously. Every region has characters. But I'll explain this. Just if I show this. These are all the characters in the game right now. Why do people have skips? But fact. Venti, glorified mobility device. Klee, an aged-out Catalyst user. She is so clunky to use now. Her movements and her attack animations need to be sped up to keep up. These are some of the oldest characters you will ever see. Because her compared to other Catalyst users now, no one knows. Venti got a little bit of a rework with Hex. Let me see. I know. Please tell me. I know he did. Did he? Okay, be very. See, he's very much like Scaramouche, basically, aka Wanderer. I could have sworn he did. Yeah, he did. See, they had to give this to him, like you give an enhancement for him to be used. Same I would put with her. You had to go back and really revamp her to make her useful, despite replay her again with her mother, Nicole. Long story short, she's a very destructive. She acts like a perpetual little 12-year-old or a teenager trying to discover themselves. Like, I swear, like, in the lore, she's, like, stuck as a permanent, like, teenager. See, I don't like the children characters. Never have. But a lot of people do like her. Somehow she's a fan favorite. But personally, I only ever wanted her because I have a catalyst user addiction. I never used bow users. That's actually, I started off on mobile. Now, we are so far in, no one cares about a Beto. I mean, who needs? He's Geo. Let's say, when I said Hexarray was a failure, this is what I mean. A lot of people have these characters in their lineups, and they never ever use them. Now, Stellar Conduit is, I think, a better attempt. Because, like, Eula, uh, Katahara, he got left behind largely because he is Amnio. You have to win. Amnio, aka win. Sometimes because I play way too many games and I know get the elements mixed up. I'm more of a fan. They all have to have this. This is the only reason the Amnio change works. Alright? But they fucked it up so hard with him. Not him. Sorry, wrong one. Way up here. This man is a story unto himself. I was saying to a friend, it's like, when you look at all of Nod-Krai's units, because that's a story I'm going to have to start, I'm going to get this out of my system now. I never cared for half of these units, and I don't to this day. Yes, do you see I have a lot pulled? You'll see where I have it pulled, for obvious reasons. This is the timeline of characters. What I skipped. And I continue to skip these banners, probably to this day, except for her. She's... Look, everyone likes Yaila. I knew this character was a trap. Fan favorite, don't care. Her, Ice user. Ice wasn't big. See sometimes people's regretfuls. Q-Tal, entertaining. But I don't use characters that kill themselves. The only reason I have him is because of a 50-50 loss in a Lantern Rite Festival. She has fallen off so much in use, I don't even think she's mentioned anymore. Now, the interesting part here is going into Nod-Krai and going into areas. Like, he's still useful. She's still very useful now. We just have to get a demand or a way to get her. If you have him, you have a very old account, and you pull for him. Okay? Because he was a meta. But here's the thing. Unlike Ayaka Kamisato, or Kamisato
A blade
Ayaka,
embraces its duty, as a jeweler cherishes their gems.
she was the top rated ice DPS to this day, but she's single target. Half these characters fall off. He's getting a rework with Stellar Conduit, but he was always a bad character. Fan favorite, but
Wait.
the problem is they run him and they run him on the same banners almost every time. So they ask you to divide. But Dendro is also in the world's worst shape. This is something that I wish they will fix. Because the issue now with Dendro is Dendro's a catalyst. Sorry, there's a catalyst user, but it is a combination catalyst for. So when we predict lineups,
Huh?
like how can I predict lineups for Mihoyo games?
Whatever.
Like, how do I know ZZZ was going to lean hard into proficiency? Melt and other teams. Genshin likes to act like reaction, aka melt overload, whatever you want to call it, is hypothetically dead in the water. No, it never went away. Melt and overload. Lunar is very veiled
Huh?
melt teams, but it's also very veiled, like him. Like, a lot of these characters get pulled. She suffers from the problem, by the way. See, this was something if you didn't have him, have another ice user, you pulled him. Nouvelette, as I have said, if you have Nouvelette, you ain't pulling her. I'm sorry. It's kind of odd. Look, one of two reasons. Kenichi, I said I skipped on. She was a character added. Actually, and see, the problem is there were 3 characters released. Like, Navia is a weird one. Like, let me say this on Navia. Navia, surprisingly, is a very good hero. I liked her, but she showed up at a really, really, really bad time. Let's see. Wow. I did not know she had that. By the way, this makes her almost worth pulling. Here. It puts her into a hyper carry if you have other members. Basically a rainbow team. By the way, Natlon does not have this. I swear. This is something that the reason why you would pull characters, the person, only 2 people to my knowledge in all of uh she's a weird one. Because Dendro is for burgeoning, which is like bloom. Checking something. Such a weird ability. Surprisingly, she's actually a good unit. But the problem is we don't talk about Bond of Life. Do you ever want to hear a rant on a failed lineup? Bond of Life. The reason why it makes her one of the top DPSs, because she has Bond of Life. It also makes her hard to use. She's a self-healing unit, and I should level her, because when fire units become... See, this is when we get in, because in retrospective of Natlon, because you look at the characters that came out. Now, irony is, when each of these come out, she's a skip, because at this time, Wind doesn't have the push it has. Character design, she's an A plus. She's A plus S tier, but she's supposed to work with stuff. But this was before the rework. They reworked her. Some people like him. Escoffier gets basically dud. Farissa is cringe. Look, I'm going to have to... I am going to have to... That story is going to murder me. Okay? This character is 100% cringe, in my opinion. I don't know why people like her. I never get it, and I will never understand it. Because, and I'm saying this, I'm at the part with the food festival. I'm going to give people warning. She's someone's food AMSR fetish. And I stand by this to this day. And I've seen a lot of the fan service characters, because I do not know her animations, her luchador style. Who the hell came up with it? I called her a character fail. The problem with Escoffier is she's not bad, but she's more useful now. She's odd. Her lineup, she never had one. Now, let's get into Nod-Krai. You're start going to see Inefa. Now, Nod-Krai units are weird. Because what happened at the end of Natlon is her and her comprise the core of Natlon DPS. Now, some will argue, yes, but this was the lineup, it's Melt, Shield, and things. Because Sit Lolly goes off the other. Now, this character, I will never understand. She's a free character. At this point, I've lost a 50-50 to her. It's like I lose 50-50s to her. Yeah, mine sits at about that. The interesting part is she's not bad, but she was a pre-Raiden Shogun. Till Raiden Shogun broke the actual game. Uh, so, the problem with Lunar, like, when you start to get into it, is, see, Inefa is that weird one. She has a kit that's... I see if I remember. Yeah, what if she's 30%, therefore... She has more visual effect. Now, I will say that there's two lineups for Lunar. She does a lot of damage. This buff is really good. Don't get me wrong. Optimal overflow barrier. But I may have to add her to my pull list eventually. She needs to be in a pull list for Hello. Hey, Ted, you can talk to your own shit. But I don't like polearm users. So then again, I feel like Flynn's is a lot better. Flynn's is definitely a more of a flavor, but he's actually a fae. So but there's two forms of lineups in Lunar that come out of Lunar. There's the Electro one here. Lumina, which is basically based on a fertility goddess, by the way, of ancient lore, which actually is her. She. The weird part is, because we didn't get Columbina until a point, uh, this is the weird part about her. She's good, but half the problem in Nod-Krai units, I'm just gonna flat out say it, they're all elemental reactions. Her, that core whole lineup is all elemental react, is all EM. EM is what that team is. Now they say optimally, Nefer. Like, my problem with actual Nefer is very different. I mean, take into account she's entirely Yuri coded. All right, she is Yuri coded to the core. She is shipping coded to the core. Design aspect, I dislike her. She's a cat user. That's melee. It's a hybrid style that doesn't work. She is also somehow a Simaru character jumped forward. Yeah, that's like dumping a Mondstadt unit straight into somewhere. Because what's interesting, they did this before. See about Chiori. Chiori is a good unit, but she is Inazuman in Fontaine. Then again, he's also from Simaru, shoved forward as well. So, Varka, man, if I'm sure he's going to be in a story. He was a 6-year wait, okay? Yet they screwed him up so hard. They entirely fucked up his kit, and he is not elemental reaction. It sounds weird. He's cool, he has that, but he does not trigger elemental reactions. Alright, folks? Devs screwed this up so hard, that's just a fad character. And I don't care for Klee's obnoxious little sister. If Klee is obnoxious, this one is 10 times worse. No one ever asked for this. Now, Nicole suffers from one problem. She's Hexenray. Hexenray failed. The problem for Hexenray bonus, you need 2. Okay? She's a great lore character, but she screwed up so hard that she... So the witch's characters were supposed to be released. The interesting part about hers is she's important to the world. She's important to the lore. Her and actually Zabai are both the only angels to retain their form. She gave up her voice and half her wit. Zabai, surprisingly, is the only angel to. Actually, part of Zabai, the reason I would still pull her, is she's the. Because I'm going to want you to notice how often do we get good Geo characters? Once a year? Maybe once every 2 years? I say it's about every year and a half we only get a good Geo character. Because this is year releases. Now, surprisingly, if Cryo becomes good, I'm for releasing her more. She's a great S tier support unit for Cryo. The problem is the sources to get her are rare. We don't get them. She used to be around only during Lantern Rite festivals. That's the same with him. They're all behind the Lantern Rite festivals. And in the Lantern Rite banners, the last about Lantern Rite was atrocious. So I suspect with Cryo, strange thing, this is actually why with Skirk, she's actually really good. Character design as well. Not only are you endeared to her because Skirk's design is also the same reason I like the one in HSR, despite being destruction. She is one of the HSR's version of her is actually good. Skirk has been hinted at in the lore for a while. I just need to get her better. And honestly, I want her weapon. Her weapon is the best weapon. If you even pull her. But she has a problem. She's glass cannon. To make it work, you gotta make her glass cannon. So, and I really need to rework. Problem is, when you pull her, right, you honestly, she's gonna be the closest we get to Aika Kamisato. Now, going in the Nod-Krai, where we get out a Nod-Krai, people who didn't pull Sandrone are going to be in real deep pain. See, if I say there's 3 units to pull in reruns, about 2, and I recommend this. Flynn's is good, but I prefer Flynn's over an FO. But I should pull an FO. The mistake to not pull an FO was very dramatic. It's not felt immediately, it was felt in the metagame shift. But I think a lot of these characters are flavor failed. Durin, the only hope that keeps Durin playable is elemental reaction. He's one of the few characters I actually pulled him and his sword. Now, realistically, they want it right there. You don't really care about these, but no one invests this much. And even then, this investment is still. Even though I will say this investment is a very expensive investment. Because I don't know if he's ever going to get a rerun. Because that's the investment. I think what they want. Oh, hold on. One before I eat my own words. You want him about right here. Sorry, it's what? C1. C0 is good, but C1 is closer to optimal. C1. The problem with Raiden Shogun, and I really think it's a timing problem, is Raiden Shogun optimally needs to be C2. Nothing further. None of these matter. C2. I have her at C1. You ask why I'm not going to pull her now? Because whatever reason. My luck, and I don't have the resources. And I'm waiting to see what the banner is. I want to see what the banner is for. I want to see what the banner is for 7.0. Because the second half of the banner, I'm not excited about. The first half of the banner for 7, I don't care about. 7.1 isn't going to change any aspect, I believe. 7.1, I have a feeling, isn't going to change. Because half the snezhnya units are all stellar linchpin. So 7.0 is probably an entire pass form. We don't know who's on the second half. They have kept this so secret. We only know Stroya is on the first. Okay. We only know that's the first half of the banner. They are secret squirrels about this to this day. The second half of the banner is kept secret. Now, realistically, it's causing a lot of angst because I'm going to say it. I feel that if you look in speculation, everything leading to snezhnya, we're looking at a very long burn. 7 to 8 characters. We don't know who the support unit for the Tsaritsa is going to be. She's going to have a support unit. We don't know who. All archons have a support unit. Roughly. It was established right around Inazuma. They all have a support unit. Many people forget Miko was basically the support unit for Raiden Shogun. So, let's be honest here. Raiden Shogun is key. The problem is, I think, Nahia had several support units, but I have to remember which ones. So, a lot of my knowledge in that is just only 2 characters I cared to pull. Actually, well, I say 3. Scaramouche, aka Wanderer, and her. Nahida. And then basically the cat mercenary. But I know how to build her. The problem itself is I've been busy doing other things. I haven't really been playing this because I took a break. And I'm going to make one very big giant complaint. They need a reservoir. It's been 6 years, folks. We need a reservoir. All right? Genshin is the only game right now without a reservoir. By that, I mean the 200 limit. That means you're logging in every day, or it never builds up. People have complained about this for 6 years. This has been the chief well, actually, since they put the reservoir in, someone asked why Genshin doesn't have the reservoir. Genshin's reservoir makes sense. The reservoir in ZZZ is now 2400. The reservoir in I gotta check what my reservoir is in HSR. I suspect I'm near the limit. But I was at the limit until recently. It's 3,000. So 3240. Anything over that goes into overflow. In CZZ's case, it's 2400 and then 960. Max energy you can have is 960. But resource grind, as I proved the other day, takes more. I'll be right back in about 5 minutes. Sorry, late. It's one of those days. Sorry. See, part of my problem is I'm being burnt to the core right now. Because some stuff I do, it takes ages to, like, at the moment I'm having to divide my focus amongst stuff, and it's getting to be a little bad. So, while my view count's higher now, it's getting good, it's getting back to normal. Outside of recent drama and my biggest fans trying to do stuff to me. That's a nice way of putting them. They know who they are. And they don't realize I really don't care. Naturally, I'm normally awake 20 hours a day. I sleep 4 to 6. Goes into the next day, then I'm up. I'm either awake or I am asleep. I remind myself to chapter out the other videos. Streams the other day. I meant to said that last night, and that might be the project I go after coming up. But I am really starting to... So, unlike a certain individual who is crashing out about me at the current moment, and his stuff, or I should say its stuff, because he likes his pronouns and he is special. I really didn't do anything to it. The interesting part is, his ego and his pride is so ruined that he's poisoning the well. He's the type that poisons the well before. Because prior to doing gaming content, I had part a little bit of drama. And I just settled my channel into gaming, and I live and die by the games I play. So, like, I have Beast of Reincarnation coming out, basically. That's gonna play, and then I'm either gonna play Onimusha or Dawn of the Bloodwalker at the beginning of September. What's August? So August 4th is that. So I really have been in a rush to clear up other projects. And that's been my big goal. So... God damn it, this used to work so much better. That works. In that moment I wake up. God, that hurt. Ow. These are the only things I know right now that have a charge attack. There's like a couple I run into every now and then that have this massive attack and a massive, like, plunge attack that is just destructive to its core. Like, these are tougher than the ones in the open world. Oh, that's good damage. Alright, I think I got the idea on how to deal with them. Fuck you in half. Okay, that's the solution I'm looking for. They won't take air, they won't take ground damage, but they'll definitely take that damage. Okay, there you go. And so that makes perfect sense now. By the way, this is the one people need to start farming, okay? I recommend people start farming this one. Disenchantment in Deep Shadow is going to be the main set until they introduce another one, which is going to be there's going to be a second set, or this is going to become prior to this. This is the set used for anybody using Stellar Conduit, and it's going to be used on all Stellar Linchpin units. Any unit that is going to be Stellar Linchpin is going to be using this. Now, the problem itself is clearing this, okay? Good. Now,
Hear the echoes of the valley. Pyroclastic surge. Try and stop me. Incinerate. Yeah. Full throttle. Light of the blazing sun. You two. Rise with the sun. Incinerate. Let the mountain's veins boil. Show no mercy. Bring refuge.
oh, that's
Pyroclastic surge.
this is what Mabika's known for.
Light it up.
That whole move is actually more useful at a lot of people. She has 2 attack modes.
Light of the blazing sun.
And if the other one doesn't work,
For the wrath of evil.
fine.
Rise with the
Some works better.
Try and stop me. Pyroclastic surge.
That is so much better. It's so less painful. This roll's terrible. It's like my luck in that's why I said rolling disc in ZZZ is as bad as rolling this.
Letting brave names echo. Light it up. Incinerate. You two. Time to.
Haven't had to do that in a goddamn while.
Hear the echoes of the valley. Allow me. Pyroclastic surge. Billowing surge. Rise with the sun.
Well, till they patch the inability for these things to be hit, I'll be honest.
Suffer the wrath of Eastling.
Ow. Then we'll be talking.
Names echo.
This goes by a lot quicker. Ow. That attack you gotta watch out for. She has 2 attack modes. So, bear in mind, both is... I missed the other.
Hold the line. Burn it down. Gotta be strong.
God. Fuck. Shit. Losing stuff in a Switch is so bad. That is atrocious.
Bring it. Let the mountain's veins boil. Wrath from the sky. Wrath rebuild. Letting great names echo.
See, just like it. Genshin still has this problem of, and I know what will solve it. What will wind up solving it is them giving the slight bit of an invul bubble. All you need is an invul timer on switches. That's one thing. If you ask technically what they're working on in ZZZ, the invul switch field is really good. Okay? The invul switch shield, there's like an invul window for skills that is actually cleaning up combat in ZZZ. That is what we had in not HSR, but HI3. This game needs it. The problem now is inherently we don't have it. It's an invul window that can be both exploited by players, but monsters have invul windows, yet we don't have it. Because the interesting part is Movika has all of the invul windows that Night Vermilion had in all of her animations. I challenge someone to say that. Prove me wrong. She has all of them. It's pretty close, but it's in a Genshin version. That's why naturally when Movika came out, I could use her. I can actually use her very effectively. Because I know how to use it. But now, back then, she had a really weird ability. And it's kind of it haunts her to this day. Night Vermilion has... I kind of wish they would update her. But the idea is... Ow. Now, what I'm talking about is an invul window. And certain parts, if you know how to take advantage of it, it makes units 10 times better. But also, canceling other things. When you talk about that, people So, one reason.
Hear the echoes of the valley.
Okay. Ow! Jesus. Ah. Jesus. Hey. Ah. I like them together, but I hate them together at the same time. It's a trigger you have to know how to duplicate. She has invul windows, and if you know how to take advantage of it, it's very exploitable. Now, it's not an exploit that you think. It's one of those ones that keeps... I hit both, I just didn't show it. It's been a while since I actually looked at the way her kit actually works. This is just something I've learned. Hide. Hide. You wish you're gonna die like this? You're gonna be fine. Now. There you go.
Show no mercy.
Some of these are better. See, I like Division 2, because Division 2 has very smart AI. Huh. You know, one day, I'm going to get a Sans that is actually good. One day, I said. One day I'm going to get a Sans that actually rolls correctly for what my purposes I need. Not something half-ass. One day. I'll pay attention later, but I'm going to get into the other. I just have to knock this stuff out. I often do this because it will tell you, like, this is what I do. Fuck that. Okay. Oh, both of you? Now, Koi Kokamio, you can never go wrong with. Her, you keep on a low energy cooldown rate. Ooh, that is... Oh, that ability. Okay, that was... Oh, their ability to ground slam is amazing, by the way. That's actually very rare. I've only seen 2 of them. That is why I invest in defense on characters. Because glass cannoning doesn't work. also why Sit Lolly basically makes it into lunar units. But now Lene took her spot.
Light of the blazing sun.
Lene took her spot. Because you have multiple things that damage. But she's also a shielder and a healer.
Wreck the engine. Fulfill our pact. Rest and rebuild.
Don't ask how I did that. When I say her invul windows are good, when I said that invul, she has the best invul window attack, excluding stuff that is subjective, that is actually protected from pyro. That little move that I did a jump to the air, that's done subconsciously. That creates an invul. That's hard to describe. If you never use a character, you're never gonna know really that that works. Because my control scheme is very similar here to how I play, and because I come from playing on mobile. Now, if anything, it hurts my hands after. Because Diablo 4 hurts. Like, I don't have arthritis or carpal tunnel. It's just manual dexterity gets to me after a while. That's partly why CU defense is absolutely terrible on me. Because the amount of work I have to do in it. By that I mean, you know your characters, you know your builds, and you're switching between. So. Now I need to change Koikokamiyo's. See, after I get this farmed out for Yay Miko, I'm going to have to go get two. Okay. The one that I need to get is... See, for Lunar, you need this. Okay. Now, Lunar has two. Frostlated Machinery and Moonchild's Treasure. Okay. Day Carved is used. This is used. But if it's offset here, you have some that use this. This is a set used by Flint, and this is a set used by Zabai. Natlon units, this is used. So is this. For Night Soul. Now, both. To be honest, there's two. Now, I have to look for this. Days of Past Yearnings is here. I think this one. I'm not sure. Like this one, you probably want for her, Koikokamiyo. But the one that they... Surprisingly, this one gets recommended more. Which people don't get. Like, a lot of these sets, they changed in use. This is what you need for Koi Koi. This is also a sub set. This set rivals basically the other one I showed for her. This one rivals basically this one. But this one's very different. That's the one that I'm gonna have to go farm. This one, not that one. This is the one that I need to farm to redo a couple. I need this for Diluc, and I need this for God, what's her name? See, I haven't used her in a while. I forget. Deya. Deha. Yep. She's good, but I'm gonna have to get the rules correct. I have her rolled magnificently. Makes me really, really sad that I've kind of had to have to screw with it. I think I had to switch an item out, but realistically, it's contrary to popular belief. I had her. She's not the best from Simmering, but she self heals. But I mean, if you keep her at a really high attack, high HP, and decent defense and attack, she does everything you. She's a free unit, by the way. Little do people know. These days. So yeah, and then I'm gonna have to kind of start farming over, not here, but eventually I'm going to have to go back to Simru farm because I gotta farm up resources again. So lineups that I have, because fire is a lot of this actually. I probably need to get serious in at some point. So I need to get to the story down here. I need to figure out what I need to advance this story. I need this region. I am already exhausted. It's not a good sign. That is not a good sign at all. It is a very, very, very much. That is not good. Takes me about an hour to wake up some days. 2 hours on a good day. Bad day. But I'll be awake, but
Instead of confining themselves to the heavens,
struggling.
gods should broaden their horizons in the world below.
It's not an exercise thing, it's just a summer thing. It's just exhaustion. Could you imagine being Shrek? 340 pounds, man. He's in Pacific Northwest. I mean, I can only imagine, man. Texas, we're suffering. New York is suffering. You know, Europe, parts of Europe are it's like a hot summer. Heat just exhausts you, bastard. Doesn't even be half by proxy. The energy you wish you had, you don't have. I need to remember the timestamp in, and I need to remember the timestamp. 1 hour 20. 1 hour 28. There's also this mental exhaustion that I have when I have to deal with clowns. And that's what he is. He's a clown. People are clowns. It gets really draining when I have to deal with akin to people who are special ed. Look, I have a very big pity for people, but people like Shrek are like, I'll come up with another name for him when I feel like it. I'll have to think of something very poetic. But I'm just gonna call him Shrek for the time being. He's Shrek and the Karen. I have two Karens currently stalking me and harassing me. They get no attention in life or at home. Like, I keep trying to move forward. And I do. Like, legit. This man and this other little boy, even though one's 45, the other one's 37, they both act like dipshits. Can you imagine trying to make content and the person literally goes and stalks you? It's either you address it or you don't address it. The problem when you address it, you have to walk on eggshells with YouTube now. I'm not happy about this anymore. Yet, you could say the most vile stuff if you know how to get around it. Which, Shrek should be smarter about this. The Karen doesn't know better. He has room temp IQ. The other one has slightly above room temp IQ. It's not one of those things where I know he said something because I have a chill that runs down my spine whenever someone talks about me. And I'm never wrong. The old wives' tale every time someone steps on your grave. You feel it. It's like a linear time thing, if you believe in that sort of stuff. As much as I like the collective attention they give me, and give me views, or hate views, and their boyfriends and their little girlfriends decide to watch me, I guess, it does become the problem that I have to either break my content up or take the moment to address them. I mean, I may just start acting like it and just never address them publicly. See, the Karen gets really mad at for no reason because he. See, to be honest, I've dealt with worse. The fact alone both stalk my stuff horribly, then accuse me of it is amazing. I slept in today. Okay? I didn't wake up till 6 Central Time. Then I got informed. Shrek decided to make a post that was reported. The Karen I had to fill out DMCA's on. And when they process, he's going to lose that content on his Twitter. So, and they know who they are. And eventually he's gonna lose his Twitter. Rek is gonna lose his Twitter because he does. The best part about this is none of them are accomplishing anything. Either of them. I'm living rent free in both of their heads. This is getting very old. My talent and skill to live rent free in people's heads and haunt them like a reoccurring nightmare is unique and special, I swear. I don't do it to hurt people. The problem is I like to be left alone. I'm very a hermit by nature. Introvert, extrovert. So the problem winds up being I could skirt around the matter all day. I could care less. Personally, I'm just gonna sit back eventually and watch them burn. The man needs to go write his book. When another man says you're not a creative, I want people to remember this. They say you're not a creative. He runs a YouTube channel for doing books, AI slot narrative,
Except we call that light hope.
and basically AI art, which, mark my words, by the time in 4 years when he's 50 years old, pre-diabetic, and predisposed to having a severe stroke or heart attack and in a wheelchair and can't write his book or record, we'll see how creative he gets. The man is 350 pounds. I'm not going to do this every stream. And I'm actually intentionally laying this out here because I know he listens and I know he watches. He literally watched both the other streams. This is a message to you. I don't care what you do. Cry to everybody. I'm friends with a lot of people. Stop trying to do gay on me. Getting bad. The Karen, on one hand, can't go for an own on his intended target, so he comes to me. And one thing they're both gonna learn, I'm very good at obfuscation. When I wish to be. Rek likes to think that he is intelligent, yet he can't do a book. And as soon as what's going to be funny, his AI content is going to get locked into the AI slop filter. I'll get back to that in a minute. It's a good intro. The other one, but neither of them can be on YouTube because they don't have the patience for it. The problem is one does YouTube, but he has so many channels he has to rebrand and they're inconsistent. He can't do common uploads. The other one's a Karen that just cyber stalks people and gets another man riled up. This is not a good way to live. You shorten your life expectancy. Because stress and causing. I learned at some point when you. Stress and other factors, not taking care of yourself, you're already accelerating stuff you have wrong with you. That's why you see presidents age. Like, take Obama as an example. He looked like a younger man going into office, or even Bush. George Bush Jr. By the time they were done in 4 years as presidents, They looked like they had aged 10 years. Stress ages you. Drama ages. I learned that. I still look good for my age. I look a lot better than they do. He can say what he wants about my appearance. But that man, he's 45, going up 46. The other one's 37. 10 years? Those people are going to look like old men. I'm still going to look young. God forbid. I don't pay them any mind. I got sent something about Shrek molding about me. It's getting old. His YouTube channel's bad and dead. Mine, I have growth. His doesn't get growth. He works about 100 hours on a video to only get no views in return. He works on another one for another channel. He puts 10 hours into it to get 10 views. I have another person who used to stalk me years ago as well. The same thing happened to him. I mean, I don't care about what they do. Again, as I said to them, about both of them, they do their section of YouTube, they do their section of Twitter. I don't care about it.
Is right up my alley.
But this has been it doesn't bother me. It bothers me that I have to address it publicly. I shouldn't have to address this publicly. They should be both grown adults to have this conversation. But neither of them will have a voice with me. One comes in and poisons the well. They both know how to reach me, but they choose not to do it. The best part is, I'm tired. I'm going to say this. I'm getting tired of dealing cranky, failed 40-plus-year-olds that do nothing. There's a section rising on YouTube in this, because when I do a commentary stream, I'm about an inch close to it. So this little rant I'm on, so I'll get to gameplay after this. This problem is, there's a bunch of 40-year-olds, which are now the Gen Xers, who, pre-Gen Xers, pre-millennials, that somehow think drama sells. It's a bad metric on YouTube, and it's destructive to the platform. It's hurting everything we need to do to address problems. It's getting old, and I've been around YouTube for, give or take, since 08. Save that shit for Rumble. Save it for Twitter. You shouldn't be 45 going on 46 engagement farming with 20-year-olds who like Andrew Tate. And the other one is the Karen that does stuff to give stuff to Comicsgate. A bunch of failed artists who couldn't even make it in the DC or Marvel industry. Or a bunch of creative, independent artists that all they got left is drama. Yeah, I'm wise beyond my own section of YouTube, but do I care to do content on it? No. I care about it. That's why that's why Shrek doesn't have good metrics. And he's gonna probably hear this and cry about it. Because someone's gonna tell him. And he's gonna probably take it out of context, thinking it's an own. But then eventually, when I do talk about him, with information that he's the same kind of information he's using, he's gonna get really mad at me. So, Personally, I like being left alone. I have 5 or 6 games I gotta get to. I got a streaming schedule I gotta start back up again. 2 streams a week. Minimum. And if I'm gonna catch up in this game, I'm gonna have to catch up quicker. I have 8 chapters to go through. 8. After this. Oh, and the best part yet is Shrek thinks scripting isn't like doing game content. He's the person who thinks if you write books and you write scripts that actually are going to get turned into stuff. Yeah, no, he spends about 10 times the effort to pump out a script to get no views. Remember this in YouTubers you see. I know how YouTube works. I do gaming YouTube, and I'm bound by the games I play. This is my TED Talk. And thank you, and enjoy. Now let's see how we get introduced to a NEPA. 140... 146. I'm gonna say this. If you do not have fast travel unlocked, that's your best friend.
Do you know if Shilonen is... Oh, you're up. I figured you'd be taking a nap at this hour.
See, this is the prelude quest. The prelude quest is actually how we do it, so...
Oh, yeah, perfect. First Moika, now Chaska. Did you come all this way just to make fun of me?
Whoa, what a mess!
Well, I have those secret source automatons to thank for all this. Mawika wants me to come up with a solution. It's like she thinks I'm a miracle worker or something. But I'm not. So, to make up for the difference, I've been spending all day sifting through documentation. Anyway, what about you guys, huh? What
Well,
Hold up. Is she a robot?
You picked her up on the beach near the Flowerfeather clan, along with this cryptex. Seems like a message intended for the...
A cryptex? Huh. Still in one piece. I'm surprised you didn't try to blast it open. Let's see here. A Fontanian cipher disk, metal case from Liyue. Looks like this was cobbled together from spare parts, although the inner workings are pretty intricately designed. It's a good thing you didn't try and brute force it. Could be a tricky one, since it uses a combination of several different technologies. I could find out more by disassembling it, but that could potentially damage the contents, and... I'm assuming it's not worth the risk, right? Must be a pretty important message if this is how they chose to transport it.
The only other option is to get our messenger to tell us the code. Is that doable? Can you wake her up?
Well, the device in her chest looks pretty similar to the core you'd find on a secret source automaton, but the other components, I've never seen anything like them in Natlan before.
We'll say this. What she's referring to as secret source automatons rising up are the ones that look like every other part of the game. They're the colossus of ancient technology used to fight the abyss. But in Natlan, they are they're kind of as destructive, but they're not as damaging as the giant ones. You see a couple of the variants of the giant ones when you go out to the subsection. Okay, we go out to the subsection of it. They, in turn, are part of ancient technology. Like, Mohika has a motorcycle, right? She has a disc, like a this jockey has. Like, she has that. Because she's actually the interesting part about Xylan. When you learn about her prior to the story, she's actually a very interesting character. She's like the perfect package of the character. She's intelligent. She's a blacksmith. It's fine. By the way, Chuds like to be accused of not liking strong women. She is one. Interesting. Fun fact aside, another content I do. Let them soy out over it. She's become a character that when you get to the dialogue, your opinions of characters change. Like ZZZ has characters like that. Norma still hasn't grown on me. Sigrid, if I don't like Sigrid when I first deal with her, I ain't gonna like her. There's something off about Sigrid. There's something off about the people. I can't place it. The more I deal with it, I'm not gonna like the arc. Basically. That's kind of the inherent problem. Kenich kind of is okay. But Xylan is very intelligent. She does her thing. Fit Lolly basically is very amusing, but she's also very good of a character. Well, Vika's, that's why. Rest of the characters I really never care for. I mean, Night Soul characters are very hit or miss. Keska has a good backstory, but she's boring. She's basically shoved in your face half of all of Natlon. She has a good backstory, but it comes too late, first impressions. Inefa, we'll see. There's something about Inefa. I never liked the look of her. I never did. That's why I skipped on her. But at this time, Inefa, when she was introduced, she was a lunar character who had no counterparts. Okay? She had nothing. She's like worse than Sandrone. Sandrone gets chunked out about, let's say, a month or so before snezhnya, and they go, here, this is the mechanic. Okay. Whoop-de-doo. We don't need her. So a lot of people either got her on speculation or skipped her, but they didn't skip Flynn's. How it goes. Nod-Krai was a very weird thing. Lumia basically was auto pull because we knew what she was. She was going to be the reaction unit for all of Lunar. Inefa had less of a future versus high DPS. But at this time, a lot of people still didn't have Raiden Shogun, and to this day, they don't have it. So, it's 6-1, 6-1, half a dozen the other. And same with Xylan. Xylan and Zabai are the chief GO-DPSers. Same with Linne. Linne is both DPS, healer, and everything else. But at this time, I just never liked it. She has a couple of good moves and a couple of things.
I'll see what I can do. I did was stimulate the core. I did not expect that to work.
White. Flying object. Blonde. Traveler.
Wow.
Task in progress. Deliver message to traveler and white flying companion. Message location confirmed. Status. Delivered.
You're pretty smart for a robot. Can you tell us the code?
Code?
Oh, maybe not so smart after all.
Memory. Missing.
What?
Yeah, there's always a snag. Is there anything else you do remember? Besides these two?
Name. Memory. Missing.
Oh, not again. Why would her memories be missing?
You said something about returning home earlier. Where's home for you?
Return home. Task in progress. Memory. Missing.
Oh, so that's it?
Not necessarily. Judging by her reaction, it's possible that her memory integrity isn't compromised.
Yeah, but what does that mean for us, though?
It means she hasn't lost her memories. They're in there somewhere, like, when you know something, but the harder you try to remember it, the more it gives you a headache.
Finding near synonyms for headache. Cognition module. Pain. Correct.
Robots can feel pain.
Well, pain can be a useful parameter. Experiencing pain is how baby humans and saurians learn what to do and what not to do. In a similar vein, I've heard that a lot of highly autonomous machines are designed with negative feedback mechanisms for behavioral regulation.
Whoa, slow down.
Oh, okay, well, if I call it a curse, is that easier to understand? Imagine if you're a big shot shaman from the Masters of the Night Wind and you send your disciple on an errand to the Flower Feather clan.
That's why I like her. She has this. She's an expose character that's. She's not girl bossy. She is smart and she's intelligent. Yeah, she's a complicated character. Deeply complicated. But she's a workaholic, of course. Again, I was drawn in by her aesthetics. I wasn't dead wrong about her. I think I almost skipped her. And to be honest, she's paid off ever since. Boy, would that have been a massive mistake. The only thing I didn't have in that lineup was Sit Lolly. Because I decided to do the other one.
To stop him from treating it like a vacation, you might put a curse on him that causes a physical and mental breakdown if he strays from the right path. That way, you can be sure he'll stick to the straight and narrow and won't go frolicking off.
Huh. See, I've also been dealing with being sick lately, and I'm getting summer allergies. I spent half of June sick that I couldn't even stream or do things, and it's happening again. Late summer, man. Gonna hate it. I'm really starting to hate it. When you're dealing with a byproduct of it, it's getting old. Look, suffering from allergies. I live in Texas, right? The fun part about Texas actually is, well, various times of the year, because someone wants to go around and be an asshole about my stuff. I've never lied about where I live. Whoever wished to get to know me, they know. The worst part about kind of living where I live is, in fact, one of the worst things. It's just very simple. Keep Visine around year round for red eyes, and the same thing you keep anything for cold and flu around as well. And if you're prone to allergies, you keep basically Benadryl. And see, unlike others who are my enemies, I very much have a very strong immune system. But once I start getting sick, I swear it starts giving me fits. I'm sick for a couple of weeks. It's like, man, part of my whole schedule, why I got entirely screwed up and about streaming schedule got screwed up in June, was I had a sinus infection that went from one ear to another. Okay? We are talking to the point that I couldn't even keep headphones in. That was bad. Like, my hearing is excellent, but man, if you have inner ear inflammation, are you going to be miserable? So, luckily, see, the other thing I have to keep in stock in general is basically leave. See, Advil works too, but it's really Sudafeds. I'm like, I get to that point, I'm not the type that goes to a doctor a lot, unless I really have to. Unlike others I know who have a lot worse issues than me, I'm pretty healthy. The problem is, once allergies start setting in, it doesn't get better. It gets worse. It's gonna linger for days. I went outside recently, I guess, and then it's like, hey, it's gonna work through your system. You'll be fine. Next thing I know, I'm waking up either with part migraines, part whatever else, the symptoms and the signs. Because I'm already subject to migraines anyways. So, I mask it well, but, that's one thing. Remember, as I said, you gotta take care of your health. A lot of other people don't. And it ain't a thing. The cough you're hearing isn't. I woke up with the congestion started about a couple of days ago. Started basically worse, kind of last night, but working its way through my system. So nuke it in the ass right now. No offense. My energy reserves can't afford another hit like that. It's miserable. I'm already subject to ear infections. So, but this last one was an inner ear infection and it went from one ear to another. Because you have to imagine, I couldn't even have headphones in. The inner part of the ear where it goes down the canal started to swell up. So it was pretty severe. So I keep a stock of Aleve Golden Citus, either Aspirin or Aleve. That's mainly what I use for migraines. Then, and I do have Benadryl, but I live in an area where I don't have allergies. But when something direly blows through, it's atrocious, for the record. I will be miserable. And right now it's heat advisory summer, so allergens can really thrive. So, as I said, Texas is a really good state to live in, but it's also hell, depending on the parts of the state you live in. It's a lot better than living in Seattle. Or up in Washington in general. But I'm gonna blow my nose a second, and I'll be right back to normal. Okay, thank you. Thank you, bear with me. Back to where I was.
Jeez. Sounds like the horror story version of Granny Eatsley that parents tell their kids about.
The point is,
Yeah, but why would you curse a machine?
Point is, the hardware put the services were operate as intended. Purpose of the serving, in case it's done, it's harder for it to complete tasks. What they're talking about, which is weird, because what we are learning about Natlon is Natlon has ancient technology, because I have to see when they start talking about Sandrone, because you start hearing about Sandrone a little bit before, because you've kind of heard about her. She's the one that designed all of the Catherines, actually. It's actually a character that looks like a combat version of a Catherine in Natlon. Not Natlon, but snezhnya. Now, realistically, it's strange. We don't know if she's human or something, but it's been very clear that Sandrone's been around a while. And I don't know it because Sandrone's designed a bunch of it. So, her guardian robot that gets killed, then she designed another one. She had a hand in creating a bunch. So the thing with the autonomous robots versus the ancient technologies, they exist in Napalm. Not just Napalm, they exist in all of. See, Fontaine has some similar. That's why Inefa and both Sandrone both look like they belong in other regions. They don't belong to snezhnya. Now, the trick about this is the character designs and the regions give them away. So that's kind of the problem. And the Nefa is no difference. What's, by the way, it's funny that Claret has almost the same color schemes. Same color scheme as Cheska. It's very weird. She also has the look of servile of HSR, the punk rock aesthetic. Because now that we actually see her model up close, after 3.1.
Task failed. Sincere apologies.
Well, without knowing the exact details of the curse, it's anyone's guess. It seems you responded to the phrase return home. How about we keep talking and see if any other keyword.
Sure. I'm alright. I have assessed the pain level as tolerable. I must complete my task.
Hey, Traveler, have you ever seen a humanoid machine like this? Anywhere else you've been? Ah, of course. Yeah, some of her joints and a few components look pretty Fontanian to me.
Fontaine. They make good pastries there.
Hey! That triggered something! Hey! Never mind that. So, is Fontaine your home?
No.
Oh, okay. Well, that's one promisingly...
You mean her hairpiece? Oh, yeah, I think I know what you mean. What do they call them in Mondstadt again?
Mondstadt. The maids there are very hardworking.
That's it! A maid! Although, as far as Paimon's aware, the maids in Mondstadt are all fully human.
A maid. Okay, that would explain a lot of the internal design choices. So, you're from Mondstadt then?
No.
How come she responds so much faster when the answer is no?
Natlanese core, Fontanian joints, Mondstadt hairpiece. Maybe she's just like the cryptex in that sense. A mishmash of parts from all over the world.
In that case, where exactly is home to you? Is it where you were built? Where you live most of the time?
Home is just home, isn't it?
This act is going to get really old.
Feels like this is getting us...
If her cognition is impaired, maybe her body is the place to look. I found a lot of interesting things when I was... Do you remember this little robot? Apparently, you were together when they found you on the beach.
Oh,
Nice! So you remember how to switch it on. Now, could you try doing something similar to your right arm?
is this a broom?
Well, very good indeed.
Are you serious right now?
Well, if she's a robo-maid, maybe doing some household chores will jog her memory.
Hey, come on! The poor thing's only just...
Understood. Commencing task.
One thing about Nod-Krai it's not going to grow on me is the weird aesthetics. Nod-Krai, I like the land, it's beautiful. But I don't get the aesthetics. Even after all this time running around it, I believe there's parts in Nod-Krai where you run into Lumina, but the towns look like something worse than Midgar in Final Fantasy VII. It looks like some bad steampunk story. You see, snezhnya is supposed to be closer to Russia. But it's just the aesthetics look... Can't get around to it. That's where she's from. She's from that. There's something... I remember part of the story, but then again, when I don't care about it. Because those robots are all over there.
Sorting large objects.
She's really doing it. Well...
Cleanup sequence initiated. initiated.
Wow, they literally give her the other. They literally just give her the task. It's strange.
Installation chamber deployed. Sorting small objects. Outlander Brigade. When the wind of death blew
Wait, isn't that a light novel that Seat Lolly left here by mistake?
The good thing about being reincarnated as a hilichurl is that I only need to eat sunsetias to become stronger. Discusses energy acquisition from the sun.
Maybe I should keep a closer eye on what Nipika's reading.
Introduction of ancient machine.
What in the world? That isn't classical literature.
Interesting. Introduction. That edition last night after I got off, I had to. Did I not this morning sort out the Windows update? Apparently, that error is still there. It's happening again. That's why I need to go back through and check something in the sound, because the sound is off. You know. Because sometimes Windows updates like to throw around stuff they shouldn't. And then after that update got installed, of course, like all of my or it's just really bad on one end of it. So blood check. By the way, people need to stop telling on themselves about their habits. It'd be a lot better for them. And they need to stop. The other one needs to stop reposting. And then the Karen doesn't understand why I private videos. Okay. I guess I have to explain someday. You figure one's a content creator and he could explain it to somebody else? But realistically, it's weird. People are strange, dude. I gotta figure out a source of this issue. I keep having this audio bug. It causes it to. It sounds like it's a. And it's been happening within the last, like, two reasons of, like, it's so just odd. Like, why is it doing it? I mean, but audio superly bothers me. Like, that's one thing that I'm very, very persistent about. And I found the culprit. You isolate the problem, then you figure it, okay? Good. The culprit, I found it. A byproduct of Windows Update. That somehow you have to manually install. Eliminate the issue, and it so figures it. Also, it looks like another person decided to chime in about a matter who's already been exposed. All my enemies are either very disturbed individuals proven to be degenerates. Some have three chins, other ones have a lot of other problems, personal problems. Because a lot of it is people don't know how to leave alone. I mean, leave it to leftists to cling to grudges 100 years old and never know how to fix them. Same could be said about conservatives, but I'm not lying when I said a lot of my enemies form like this retard Voltron, so to speak. Meaning it's like they come together in parts to take me down, but it's getting very old. Even when they work together, they can't do it. Then they don't realize I have friends everywhere. Because I don't broadcast my side life. Kind of what happens. Even close friends, they only know so much. One last little itty bitty check and back to business. I didn't realize if I had known final part of usually cleaning stuff up is usually what you have to do after every Windows update is two things you have to check. Especially if it's a problematic update on a restart that keeps your system from working properly. See, I don't know about programming, but I know how to make it work. It's more or less annoying. Windows has been causing a lot of file corruption every time they update. It's usually a source of a lot of. They're hiring and outsourcing a lot of their workers. So when you have this, the outsourcing workers is getting to be where Windows and other people, they're not hiring the best. So every Windows update that's actually atrociously bad, you have to physically go back in, reset it up. But there was also a driver update that works on a similar scale. And where it just hates to happen that sometimes they catch you up. But it's gonna really suck if there's a file corruption from this and I didn't realize it. Because I didn't do one thing I normally do after every Windows update. And if it is, it's just gonna suck, and I'm gonna have to end it after I get done with this quest. After I get done with this quest as a whole, we'll have to get done, because I'm not gonna get to the other part today. It's gonna be a lot shorter. And then I'm gonna have to run through an entire system check. Yep. That's gonna be a problem. Don't you love it when shit derails a stream? Pretty normal. Windows decided to install something and corrupt the hard drive. That's a joy. Joy scuff. It's a problem. So, it's great. I'll get through this prelude, then I'm gonna have to end it. That's kind of what I figured was gonna happen. Because I'm gonna have to run all sorts of checks to make sure that this stuff works. Because it's, the stuff you don't hear about when people do streams. One or two things happens. Either a driver is bad. I didn't clean up the hard drive after the installs, so I trusted them to install themselves and fix themselves. And that was a mistake. That is a dramatic mistake. Never trust your computer to clean up itself. By that, I mean, if you never ever check it, bad things occur. So, now, realistically, I apologize for the delay, but I should have caught this a lot sooner than now. That's what I get for sleeping in today. Went to bed feeling like shit earlier, but I couldn't wake back up. So, but then when I play certain stuff, it always is bad. And I keep remembering that I need to keep doing that. So I'm gonna have to get through this quest and then run an entire system check to make sure everything installs correctly. So, have fun with that one. Then it's called rechecking everything and firmly enjoy. It's also pretty much I recommend to people who own computers, which people don't realize, get dust out of your system. A. B. Check your windows. Well, it's usually recommended you fix your windows or there's like certain key. You gotta remember something. You actually have to remember to do this because if you don't do this, because stuff doesn't. Thermal paste is another good one. You'll be surprised how badly that fucks entire systems. That's a lot of heat issues, which anything that runs high, it's actually the bane of modern electronics in general. That's like why you have Samsungs to the world. Like most Samsung Galaxy phones are good, but the problem is, uh, the issue with most Galaxy phones is they put a Snapdragon in there, which is basically a very high power processor, which causes it to burn up. So if you try to play Genshin on your phone, you try to play anything that's at 60 FPS, it entirely fucks it over. Which sounds weird, by the way. Which, eternally, if you think computers, yeah, you turn them into heat boxes. Really? Come here. Hello, Jasper. Come here. Come here. Come here. My cat, unlike Matt's cats who don't love him, mine do. Where? Rest. Rest weirdo. Yes. I call my cat weirdo, okay? He's a strange one. I only own one cat, oddly enough. Now back to the thing. I have to let everything just work itself out.
Maybe I should keep a closer eye on what.
She's finally done. Huh? Is that a woven scroll down there? Oh, looks a little dirty. Could you clean it up?
Understood. Cleaning woven scroll.
Wow, it's like it's brand new. Hey, this looks like someone from the Children of Echoes. Shilonen, is this a relative of yours?
Oh, a relative? No. That's Ishkik, ancient name Baraka, founder of the Children of Echoes and one of the 6 heroes.
Wait, Baraka? Isn't that your ancient name too?
Yep, she was the first recorded bearer of that name. She and her friends went on a mission to defeat the Pyro Dragon. She dismantled many ancient machines built by Dragonkind, hoping to put them to use for the good of humanity.
So we start to get a lot of dragon lore in the last year. The dragon lore is the people who were the ones that the heavenly principles displaced. That's why I like when you do it, like for the shuttle bay kind of thing, that you go to the moon.
But most of her research was lost to history. It's a real shame. I'm sure we'd all have much easier lives if we had access to all that tech.
What happened?
Ochcon happened. an old friend of the Six who ended up ruling Natland shortly after the war, and went full tyrant. He despised everything to do with dragonkind, and persecuted everyone who showed any kind of sympathies toward their civilization. He even turned on Ishkik, one of his closest allies. Ultimately, she took her own life, bringing along...
Oh boy.
Ishkik burned her workshop to the ground to make sure Ochkon couldn't get her hands on it. That's
Oh
the
boy.
reason most of her research is...
That's right. One of her friends managed to preserve a small amount of her work. The other person you see on that woven scroll, the same person I inherited the ancient name Vuka from. It was said that she was raised by a dragon mother, then went on to found the Flower Feather clan. The uncrowned queen who brought freedom to the weak and to the persecuted Saurians. Lianka.
Malfunction. This is not the way. This is not where you belong. Malfunction who betrayed us all. You dare seek a place to belong?
What's wrong? Are you okay?
Stay! Back!
Oh.
If she's a robo-maid, why is she suddenly acting like a lethal weapon? Ah! What's that sound? A lightning strike? It's gotta be a lightning strike. Why couldn't it hit Kniech on the head?
If there was a lightning storm, I'd have thrown you into the sky by now. Aoife mentioned that you'd brought a humanoid machine to the Children of Echoes. I'm working a job at the moment, and the description was a good match for my target. Humanoid machine. Looks like a maid. Highly destructive.
Wait! Kniech! Just hold on for a second!
A group of merchants tasked me with locating their missing travel companion. They should be here soon.
Huh?
What did you think I was about to do? Not every job I take on is a hunt, you know.
Alright. I'm sorry. Let's go meet these merchants then.
If there's time, I might get to the cringe Verisic quest. But I see how I feel. I feel like shit and ain't gonna happen.
Yay! Nufa!
In Nefa?
The little red sphere thingy that she just had a flashback of, yeah, that's definitely part of her past.
Inefa! They found you at last!
My apologies.
Oh no, your memory's gone again? Even your name this time?
Again?
Liyue, Fontaine, Sumeru. This is quite a...
So, are you her manufacturers or family?
No way. None of us have that kind of skill. She's Aino's handiwork.
Huh. I thought Cedrode created her. Who do you know?
I know?
From now on, your name's Inefa.
Ew. This is why I hate the little children characters. They're awful. When they actually go away, they go out of their way to either make them sound like young adults or they make them sound like annoying children.
Promise me. Remember.
Malfunction.
Yeah. I know. The character no one ever uses.
sorry. I should have introduced myself. My name's Joachim, and I'm a merchant. This is my wife and daughter, and the rest are friends of the family. We're all from Nod-Krai.
Nod-Krai?
Wouldn't have been my first guess. How'd you all meet exactly?
That's the thing about Nod-Krai. It kind of brings together the drifters from all over the world.
They fucked that one up.
Yeah, we're all merchants who ended up finding our feet in Nasha Town. Nod-Krai. It was going okay until all the trouble started.
Trouble?
The Fatui. They came down from the north. They've made some big moves in Nod-Krai lately. It's caused quite a bit of friction with the local religious groups.
That's one way to put it. You know what I heard? They pulled the whole moon down. That, plus the incident with the moon statues? Surely the Frost Moon Scions aren't going to take all this lying down.
Anyway, there us regular folks were just trying to make a steady living while getting increasingly worried that it's going to turn ugly. In the end, we figured heading back to our respective homes is probably the best thing for now. So we decided to make the journey together.
And me?
Your case is, a little different. But you did come here on the same boat as us.
And it was smooth sailing. Until we got attacked by those weird machines as we were coming into shore.
Weird machines? Secret Source automatons by any chance?
Enefa saved us all. She jumped off the ship and told us to leave without her.
Really? I did that?
As soon as we'd found another place to dock, we looked around for someone to help us. We'd have paid anything to get her back.
Hence why our price negotiation went so smoothly. However, the Traveler and party were the ones who actually saved Enefa. And Shalonen is the one who woke her up. I'll have to include their costs in the final bill.
Oh, please. I barely did anything. All credit to Enefa. She only woke up because of her build quality, so I guess I should say all credit to this Aino, then? Her core is remarkably resilient. It's a rare find, even among Nalan's source mechanisms. Was Aino the one who modified it?
Oh! If so, then we just need to get Aino to come here and fix her. Then she'll get all her memories back.
I'm afraid that's not gonna work. The core is most likely just something Aino picked up on one of her scavenger hunts. I doubt she did much beyond salvaging it. And as for the memory thing, Enefa's whole reason for joining us on our journey was to come to Natlan and look for her missing memories.
Please, explain in more detail.
All right. Although I've lost count of how many times we've been through this, and I'm only telling you what you originally told me. Although Aino built you, she never could figure out where your core came from or how it works. The only thing she was fairly sure of was that it's not from Nod-Krai. Things were fine at the start. You'd occasionally forget to pay for your groceries or add salt to a dish you were cooking. But that was as bad as it got. Until one day, you were sweeping the floor, and suddenly you forgot your own strength. Nearly took the entire wall down. The worst part of that was, Enefa had completely forgotten that Aino was on the other side of that wall.
Huh?
Aino was fine, of course, didn't bat an eyelid. But since then, Enefa has been searching for a way to try and repair herself.
We call that a very broken automaton. Likely her core is a dragon core, is what it is. Her core is a dragon core. And dragon technology's known of in the ruins because see, I didn't know she was designed by Anno. She's Ino's a fucking weird character. Nod-Krai has a collection of them. I mean weird, strange, and odd. Like they're like a hodgepodge of characters that I don't know how the beginning of Nod-Krai even like you got a fertility goddess, you got an aloof close to an angel, you got a fairy that no one's mentioned. The Fae are supposed to be being hunted down. That Flynn's is going to play a part because he was the lighthouse keeper in snezhnya. Now he's in Nod-Krai. You have two angels. Ineppa's that weird one that she. See, if Sandrone made the Catherines because she's made that, you know, granted, I know, like, I can't even recall until there's future events that you even see anything with him.
Anyway, a bunch of mechanical parts from Natlan showed up in Nod-Krai recently, and you noticed they bore some similarities to your core. Then you learned that a group of us were planning to return home, stopping off in Natlan on the way, so you tracked us down and joined the crew. Well, does any of that jog your memory?
No.
Didn't think so.
Has her memory loss always been this serious?
No. When we first set off, she'd have the occasional memory lapse, but it only lasted a moment. Didn't really affect anything. I seriously doubt Aino would have let her come on this trip if it had been that bad. But then, the closer we got to Natlan, the worse her symptoms got.
She was already in a pretty bad state by the time she went to fend off those machine things. And now? I wonder if that battle just made things worse.
Poor Ineffa.
My friends, I know we've only just arrived in Natlan, but from what I've heard, you're some of this nation's top talents. Is there anything you can do to cure her? Anything at all?
Perhaps coming to Natlan was a bad idea after all.
Well, it's too early to say. Don't forget that before I was interrupted by you guys, I'd just started my deep dive into researching the secret source automatons.
My job isn't done yet either. You wanted your travel companion back, safe and sound. I still have work to do.
So, why don't you all stick around here in Natlan a little longer? Your ship got attacked, and since then, you've been scrambling to try and find your missing crew member. Sounds like you need some time to catch your breath.
Yeah, I was just thinking. We could do with a breather. But where would we stay?
How about the Flower Feather Clan? In my tribe, weary travelers are always welcome.
Flower Feather Clan.
In the meantime, we'll try to find whatever information we can about Ineffa. After all, she has a message for our Tumaini. So this is as much our business as it is yours.
Oh, yeah! Paimon had practically forgotten all about that. You guys don't happen to know the code, do you?
Oh, the code for the cryptex. Sorry, Ineffa wouldn't tell us anything about that.
You gotta wonder what sort of a person sends a robot with amnesia to deliver their messages.
To be fair, they couldn't have known things would get this bad.
Also, Ineffa told me she had a backup plan to make sure she wouldn't forget the code. A backup plan? Great! So what is it?
Backup plan. Memory missing.
She's gonna get so annoying. Look, when a character is designed, look, if a character doesn't grab me as I like them, I'm gonna pretty much despise them the moment see. The aloof android thing doesn't work for me. You think Raiden Shogun has zero personality? You think her counterpart, the robot she built, has none? Which is A, I believe. If I remember correctly. This woman, this thing, has no personality. Again, one of those characters, I don't know why she's loved. Outside of some weird meta reason. that she creates a barrier in electric. That's it. Other than that, I never look. It was either pull for her or pull for Lamia. Lamia made better sense, and Lamia's lore is probably going to be more weirder. Lamia I just called Dear Girl, for obvious reasons. She didn't recognize her name for the longest time. She's modeled after people who live up in northern Nod-Krai. And her name's modeled after a fertility goddess. So she plays a bigger role. But then again, remember, we got the hint that Doctore was involved in Nod-Krai. But when I said in my description below this one, Nod-Krai is single-handedly the most destructive thing in the lore. Nod-Krai is one of those things that I'm going to be proven right about. It's both a blessing and a curse. But now everything they said is fact. They probably decided to clean up the lore for Nod-Krai. The fact Nod-Krai, or Nausea Town, is described as a hub, or a hodgepodge of people. The theory we've had about Nod-Krai is Nod-Krai was supposed to be part. See, we don't know how big snezhnya is supposed to be. People worry about it. Because if you look at the map and you see how big Liu got, where and how big, we never knew where and how big snezhnya is. Now we got an idea in the location. So, Nod-Krai feels very weird, and it's always felt odd. And Nod-Krai has a relatively large continent with nothing on it except to dump the Welkin moon lore and the Frost Moon Scions, which they first introduced in the 5.4 story going into the 5.5. Explaining the Frost Moons is bad. Usually, sometimes the worst things that can happen in a game is explaining the mysteries. And if you don't have the correct narrative, or the narrator who personally came up with a narrative to explain it, it gets really screwed up. Nod-Krai, you start to see this. Nod-Krai is one of those places that the theorists have better views of than I think the player base. The player base, you either love Nod-Krai or you hate it. I think there's parts of Nod-Krai that are beautiful, but do I think the dialogue, the characters, and the stuff involved is utterly stupid and retarded? Yes, it is. From a storytelling perspective, it's contradictory because of the actual fact that the contradictory elements are there. Because Nod-Krai doesn't have any ancient remains. It deals with the lore of the Frost Moon, and in fact, it wasn't about this time or before this time we started to suspect something was wrong with the Tsaritsa. That they wanted to install Columbina as the Tsaritsa, because it was hinted at that Columbina was beginning to fade away. Because the theory about Columbina at this time was the fact she was beginning to fade away, or a ceiling related to the angels. That's why she has the look she has. She went through a redesign, which people have criticized, that they were trying to install her as the Tsaritsa, or there was a moon planet. Now, it gets later translated the Doctore was involved and decided to burn down the damn tree, which goes back to the end of 3.0's story with Kalani, which people really sweep the destruction of the tree underneath the rug, because I know the cutscene in general, and it was heavily promoted to deal with Doctore. Because here's the funny part. Doctore is supposed to have erased all his copies in Irminsul. He didn't. So they're going to say, oh, he lied. No. She threatened to nuke the Gnosis if he didn't. I guess they forgot the resolution to him getting the Gnosis. For him to even get the Dendrognosis, he had to delete all the backups. Then it's also hinted at the revelation of what Kalani is. By like basically that's why she has memories. That's why she has the sickness. But they also did the stupidest thing ever. Irminsul is the core of Teyvat. Guess what Irminsul is? Close to like being Midgard. The tree. The world tree. But it's also in Honkai lore, it's a branch of the Imaginary that no one has made the connection to. Again, I think it's only Honkai Impact players and some HSR people discovering the Imaginary now that are going to start going back to it. You can't remove Irminsul from Teyvat because it was established in the chasm where. So you have to go through years of lore to remember this. The reason why the Dendro Archon during the Archon War, this is why that is single-handedly one of the most important stories Chasm is. And it turned out to actually be good. Hold on. Finish that. I'll describe this in a second. I've been dealing with a sub problem. If I have to buy crickets to feed my beards because they eat me at house and home. But this last batch of crickets is terrible. Yeah. See, I have it where, see, so the crickets wind up singing, so it's very annoying. It doesn't bother me with headphones. I tried to get the mic outside of OBS not to pick it up, but everywhere else, if I use StreamYards, it uses it. See, I should just go through OBS for sound recording and stuff like that, but eventually. By the way, part of the thing for Nepha's Pass is played through Natlon, so it allows a transition. The energy thing is...
Huh. Well, as long
Oh, yeah, yeah, okay, because it's that simple.
I do. I also know that every time you say that, you end up getting the job done.
I'm gonna get in touch with some other people who might be able to help us. Tumaini, Paimon.
Bye, Kanich! Oh, and bye, a How. Actually, that's weird. Why is a How so quiet today?
You're being very strange today.
Am I? Tell me one strange thing I've said!
That's the strange part. You haven't protested to anything I've done today. Not the original price for the job, not the revised timeline, none of it.
That's because I fainted from your stupidity! You stupefied me into a stupor! Got it? Is something wrong with my memory? Or is that really who I think it is? Who cares? She isn't my problem. The last few days really flew by. Do you think Anefa and the merchants are enjoying their stay at the Flower Feather Clan? Let's go see how they're doing.
You know, the more that stupid thing stays quiet, the better I am happy with, okay? A Jow has been the most obnoxious part of Natlon. And all of this mess is that's... Look, I hate annoying NPCs, human, anything, especially ones that think they're human and they're not human. And the ones that think Twitter is a real place. The two Karens need to learn that. I know who they are. But Joe, I hate him as a character. I've had to suffer with him for hours. The more he is quiet, the better. Unfortunately, he gets shoved down our throats. He's like basically an HSR when you get into Aha's place. All the emojis that are alive, but for some reason, he's ancient technology that exists and floats. No one knows why. He's just there. The best thing they could have done is try to adjust it so he's not so obnoxious. But a lot of his origins go back to the ancient technology. Because what's interesting is you don't run into automatons until they're in certain places, and then you run into them out here. It's out here. Oddly enough. And you eventually come to find out Inefa's source of her problem is the ancient technology.
Do you think Anefa will like this gift we got her?
the better hero, Ishiki or Leonka, it gave the exact same answer.
Hey, you hear that? That's the answer it gave when I asked who'd win in a fight between Kukuku and a Hao. You guys, it's just making random beeps. Whoa! Is that Tumaini and the flying expert? Beep beep. Yes, it's us. Anyway, where's Anefa?
Probably out mopping up those mad machines as usual. There must be a lot of them, because she hardly ever comes back for a rest.
Wait, all by herself? Are we sure that's a good idea after what happened last time?
Anefa said that since she lost her memories, her cognition module's been running more smoothly, and it's greatly boosted efficiency in cleaning and tidying tasks. I think that was it.
Huh.
Excuses.
So,
Bad
losing her
writing.
memories has somehow made her a better fighter? She's awesome. I saw her carrying a whole pile of beaten up machines in one hand.
And that is cope.
All the grown-ups say that they feel much safer leaving the house now, thanks to her. So we thought it'd be nice to give her a little gift. We've tried giving her flowers and feathers, but it seemed like she didn't like them very much. That got us thinking. Maybe robot people don't like the same things as us.
Aha! So that's why you made her this flower out of mechanical parts.
Yeah, we still don't know if she'll like it, though.
It's okay, Arieta. She'll love this one. I'm sure of it.
But what if she doesn't? This might be my last chance.
Okay. What thing you're to learn. I'm a very stickler for dialogue sometimes. Sometimes I tolerate stupid dialogue. There is certain things. It's just probably because I've played too many games over the years, or I'm too used to better writing. I mean... Okay. Mihoyo, as I said last night, loves to put a character center stage. If they put a moment center stage, pay attention to it. They are very important at all times. You just do not know why they're important. That's just pattern recognition. Something two people don't have. It's like saying, here, pay attention to this. But once you know the payoff and you know the situation around it, even then it's... Because I don't think the payoff... It's like, is it worth the squeeze to just keep focusing on it? And Genshin has never been that good in subtlety. Because that's why I want to see how the conflict with the Torii plays out. I've seen the cutscenes. They're interesting. I've seen the burning of the Airman Soul Tree. The dumb reason is the Shades let it happen. As long as the Airman Soul Tree exists within Mahida, nothing happens. Okay. Because if the Airman Soul Tree gets destroyed and vanishes entirely, so does Teyvat. Because we know Teyvat's a locked grid. Teyvat is 100% a locked grid that's been locked for thousands of years. Basically. By the heavenly principles, Beatties. But see how bad they either want to alter that or change it. Because we know everything outside of Teyvat now is fine. There is no longer the abyss in the galaxy. So, There's also been the theory, but there was a theory that Teyvat exists in the universe of HSR. But then again, that's a little weird. Oh. But I also like to just say Teyvat is a closed loop in the imaginatory that just somehow exists. They've said that the witches travel between multiple versions of Teyvat because if Teyvat's a locked simulation, because everybody's name and path always is a constellation, so it's all predestination. That's partly why, when you learn more about the lore, it's interesting, but it's also annoying from a perspective of you start locking yourself into something and you can't go around and break the prospects of it. So that means the simulation always has one end. You're not going to alter it ever. We just don't know what the end game is. As I said, we're in 6 years into this game. We have no idea. And every time they try to be serious, they can never be serious. That's like why with the climax with Doctore, both times, I think they both dropped the ball. They're gonna drop the ball. They dropped the ball in Luna. They dropped the ball, I think, hard. It even kept the people who have followed the lore forever just perplexed. So by the time we get to snezhnya, we don't know what's going to happen. Lune is a frustrating place. Because I know the lore is just tip-top bad. The problem is, I don't mind 5.3 to 5.5 into 5.6. 5.6 with Luma Fate is obnoxious. But rewriting what the shades are, rewriting what the centers of Conria are. Oh yes, that's right. You do fight either. I think you're gonna fight like one of the centers of Conria. And you fight one of them. I think it's Sertologa. Christ. You shouldn't fuck with basically core lore that you've had in place that you have shifted around. Literally in one chapter, over the course of 2 chapters, we went from the 7 centers of Conria down to 5, down to 3. That dialogue killed me. And the fact it's in the lore, it's like over the course of a couple of chapters when you learn about it. Everyone has forgotten that there were 7 centers of Conria. Now 5 bad ones. Now it's 3. You sound as confused that if you start to be confused as much as I have, you might want to know. Paying attention to lore is something I'm good at.
Well, now that all of my mom and dad's other friends from Nod-Krai have left to go home, it's just us left. And they said today it's our turn to go home too.
Already? Wasn't the plan to stick around until Inepa gets better?
Dad says everyone back home is expecting us, and he doesn't want us to overstay our welcome here. He thought we should at least make sure Inepa wasn't getting any worse first, but now that it's been a few days, he says it's time we made a move. To be honest, I can kinda understand. He hasn't been home in so many years. Mom and I can tell that he misses Liyue a lot.
Ah, no wonder. So, what about your mom then? Guessing she's not from Liyue.
No, she's from Nod-Krai. She met my dad after he moved there. I was born there too. been there the whole time I was growing up, so he hasn't been home in at least 10 years.
Jesus. There's good dialogue and there's bad. I think to adjust for Natlon looking not like the culture it was supposed to be, they made Nod-Krai the immigrant nation. Actually, the really stupid part about Nod-Krai actually is there's a really dumb part. Is Nod-Krai has no character identity. It's the first region that none of the characters from it have a single or identifier from the nation. Yes, merchants look like they're from Fontaine. They look like they're from Mondstadt. That is one thing that's been established since the start of the game. But everyone in Nod-Krai looks like a massive nation of hodgepodge of immigrants. They have no cultural identity that makes them unique. They have no ancestry that ties them. That's what makes every region prior to it look good. Like, I had my suspicion, and it's going to be confirmed. Just by dialogue, I know what they're setting up. And again, I hate the aesthetics, portions of the aesthetics of Nod-Krai. Nod-Krai is a region that it's not that I tolerate it in Fontaine. Fontaine has a classic European side to it. I would arguably say Mondstadt has the, let's say, Dutch, Swedish type of feel to it. Let's say Central Europe. Let's assume Fontaine is France. Let's say Mondstadt is like, let's say you take 7 continents. It's been the theory for a long time. It's basically when you go to Europe and you go up. Natlon is when you go through some of South America to like Central America. Central America, which is like Latin America, up to what we call Mesoamerica, which is the southwestern part of the United States, and it goes down. Um, it makes sense. The tribal culture, the gods, the ancient names. But once you get into Nod-Krai, there is none of this culture identity. It's devoid of all identity. It's worse than a melting pot. And I don't think that's an American allegory because we've long suspected we might get the American one. I'll have to see if it's better explained why it is the way it is. But perspectives, Nod-Krai is identityless. In my wonderings of it, I haven't found anything. It's not unique. Its history isn't unique. It's just odd. It's like I like one area of it, but I despise another area of it. More areas of it. Like you get to the area around the cemetery, it makes sense. But when I visit Nasha Town, I've never liked it. You get the further I get from Nasha Town, the more I like it. I like to prefer to think Nod-Krai as a blasted wasteland. It doesn't have the Wild West steampunk look. When the further you get away from it, you have some. Every region has something that endears you to it. Everything, including Simaru. Simaru has a bipolar identity. It's half desert with the mercenaries, and the other half is like an Indian subcontinent because it's designed to be similar to Southeast Asia. Liu, or Liwei, is designed to be like China, going to the steppes. Inazuma is designed after the Japanese Edo period. Mondstadt's died after classic Central Europe. Fontaine is designed after Western Europe, going into the most of the other half of the EU. Natlon is basically Mesoamerica. That's actually, but if you like sections of the world more, you're gonna enjoy continents different. Nod-Krai has never sold me. That's why I said Luna's gonna kill me to play it. Character designs, I feel, are very badly lacking, and story is lacking. And I've held this in for like a year. It's really bad when I treat a region as just an explore region with no characteristics. Fontaine at least has some culture to it that grows on you and you tolerate it, but it's not my favorite place to be around. Nod-Krai is. But the way you see Nod-Krai described, they have no cultural identity. It's one of the things it doesn't get better.
Don't worry. We'll write to you and let you know how Inef is doing.
You bet. And when she's all better, we'll bring her to visit you in Liyue.
Yeah, so don't worry too much about the flower. I'm sure she'll love it. But even if not, you'll have other chances in the future. Although, I guess we still need to wait till she gets back. I wonder how much longer she'll be.
Who knows? Seems like she takes longer and longer every time she goes out.
Can't we go take it to her? No, wait. The grown-ups would never let us do that. Way too many of those mad machines out there.
What am I gonna do? If she doesn't get back soon, I might run out of time. Really? Thanks, Tumaini.
Can we just be called Traveler, please? Ugh, that doesn't get... I guess. It's easier for them. No, I have the annoyance. Once I get it, it sticks around in my head for a while. I gotta do something. Second. Oh, all my stuff is borderline. There we go. What do I feel that she's near? Hold on. You know what?
Ad Astra Abbot.
I love the fact that, fun fact, they dropped this region in 5.4 with, so this was dropped within 5.4, right? Just so you know, this whole area was dropped. Yet they try to use it. It's used for Sit Lolly's region, right? But it's also used for, there's like a couple of people who have resources in this place. It's used for Mavwika's basically materials, but it is also used for the final region for the story of Natlan, but it's also just, it's a barren wasteland.
Threat eliminated. Scanning for next target. Traveler, Paimon. Annihilation mode disengaged. Chat mode activated.
Chat mode, huh? Huh. You'd probably get along well with a Fontanian magician friend of ours. She does modes instead of moods, too.
Good morning. Nice to see you again. What?
Hey! Don't you start too. One robot's enough.
These are some standard greetings I learned recently. 3 greetings in a row equals thrice the greetment. Hypothetically speaking.
Where did you get greetment from? Never mind. You're doing a whole lot better than the last time we met.
Yes. My cognition and language modules are recovering well. I can now sustain fluid conversation.
That's a lot better.
I have still been unable to retrieve the memory containing the code to the cryptex. I will keep trying. Sincere. Yes. Now that a convenient moment to change the topic has presented itself. What is that object in your hand? A new mod flower. Flowers are plant reproductive organs. But I detect no signs of life.
It's more like a flower built from mechanical components.
Understood. A flower-shaped machine component. What is its function? Which module is it designed for? Is it compatible with my hardware?
It doesn't have a function. It's just for looking at. You know, a cute little souvenir.
Cute little souvenir. But if it serves no function, for what purpose was it built?
Huh.
A cryptex is for sending messages. Machines are for performing tasks. What about this flower? What is it for? Gratitude?
Yeah. If someone helps you out, you help them back. And if someone gives you a gift, you get them something in return. That's how we show gratitude to other people.
The flower Feather Clan took me in, so I'm neutralizing threats near their territory. Like that?
Yes, exactly. You got it. So, it all makes sense now, right?
But is this not tit for tat? I heard Mr. Kenichi use this term.
No, that's completely different.
I will. Gratitude.
In terms of its purpose, think of it as a memento of your friendship.
Memento?
This dialogue is better. See, sometimes the dialogue is good, sometimes the dialogue is insufferable. Because I think it's the first time they actually try to write the children as actual children. This is like you have a... Okay. Genshin struggles, and like many games does, you have to treat every playable character as a proper companion. Arch has talked about this before, brought up what a lot of old gamers have felt. Why do stuff not feel like proper companions? Why has the art of having a companion failed? What bonds you to them? What endears you to them? What endears you to actually be invested in their story? Versus they're an NPC that lugs around. See, ZZZ does this bonding moment better than I think most of the other games, besides the current ones. HSR has moments that endears you, but it's also moments that they're forgettable and are not really bonding moments, if that makes sense. Because I'm looking forward to dealing with the NTR'd version of March 7th, which has stored herself in the computer core for like a million years. Okay. Yeah. I'll get to that story because I'm not too far from it. Even though she's a very good character, she's... But this game, if you don't give me a reason to care about the companion, it almost makes me sympathize for Athenia. But it's a can holding. They want you to care, but by playing the story, you're supposed to care for them more. She's just like, not, she was never to me treated as an actual character, but versus a plot device. So, you're trying to give a soulless machine or a soulless creation a purpose is struggles. Humans have always failed.
Important memory. Memento.
Here, wear this flower. And this feather, too. There. Much better.
look your best for your big journey. It's just a flower. It's not that heavy. Just think of it as a little souvenir from me. Something to take with you on the road. That's right, a souvenir. Sometimes when people have something important to remember, they'll pick an object to use as a reminder of that thing. Even if you end up forgetting everything, this flower will always keep blooming. It could take 1,000 times, maybe 2,000, but maybe one day you'll see the flower bloom, and suddenly you'll remember the reason for your journey.
So, yeah. That's why she burned the scroll.
No, everyone's on their own path, and they have to walk it alone. Just as your journey is yours and no one else's. Besides, I have no plan to go to war against him. We both owe each other far more than our mere lives. If either of us actually wanted to claim on that debt, all they'd have to do is ask. If anything, I pity him. In a way, his situation's not so different from yours. But in his case, it's turned him into something neither human nor dragon. The more he chases the sun, the more it blinds him to the creatures who live by its light. You were once, well, she was once the enemy of humankind. And archon doesn't care to distinguish between you and her like Ishkik and I do. He sees you as the same being. So if you stay behind, and especially if you help me, it'll only stoke the flames of his blind hatred even further.
See, now we're getting into a story.
Come on, you have bigger things to worry about than me right now. You have a huge journey ahead of you. That should be your focus. Have faith. This tribe will kneel to no one. They will never be slaves. If they lose their leader, someone else will take up the mantle. Heck, even a child who's barely learned how to walk could do it. All right, time to go. Some things are destined to be forgotten. Don't let it get to you. In 1,000 years' time, you'll have a life far, far away from here. So go. Cross the ocean. Find a new place to belong.
Malfunction who betrayed us all. You dare seek a place to belong?
Ooh.
Hineffa, what's wrong?
I was... Sincere apologies. My cognition module crashed for a moment. It is now fixed.
Is it because you've been fighting for too long? Oh, you need to rest. Come on, let's get you back.
Back? Back to the Flower Feather Clan?
Yeah, of course. Everything else aside, Adieta and her folks will be leaving soon. Don't you want to say a proper goodbye?
Yes. The closer I am to the Flower Feather Clan, the more erratic my cognition module becomes. Occasionally, unidentified data surfaces from my memory banks.
Memory data? So, what about that curse Shilonen mentioned? Does it not hurt to remember anymore?
It does. Even now, it still hurts. I have merely switched off the corresponding facial expressions to avoid making other people uncomfortable. But if I do not recall my memories, I cannot complete my task.
So, is this why you've been spending so much time out here?
When memory data surfaces, there is a high probability that my cognition module will crash. This constitutes a safety risk. Therefore, I have been spending time away from the tribe.
Yeah, exactly. Whatever happens, we'll make sure things don't get out of hand.
Christ. Complicated narrative for a character.
Assessing relative combat capability. Paimon, approx.
1/5?
Traveler. Risk. Mitigate.
It drags out. I mean, if this is going to be 90% dialogue.
I can't thank you enough for hosting us these past few days. And thanks for agreeing to look after Nefa. I know it's a lot to ask.
It's all right. She'll be in good hands.
She never came back. I guess I'll have to leave without saying goodbye.
Hey now, you'll see her again. And we have so much to look forward to in Liyue. All those Shao lanterns lighting up the sky. You've always wanted to see that.
Arieta. Amu. Joashin. I am back.
Huh? Inefa? You brought her back? Thanks so much.
Don't mention it.
Also, gratitude for the flower. What does it feel like to know where you are returning to?
That's a strange question. As soon as you're all better, you'll be returning to Nod-Krai. Oh, and we forgot to say, we're actually heading there ourselves soon. Maybe we can travel together.
Nod-Krai. Is that home?
Huh?
Cognition module unable to define home. All the memory data that has presented itself recently has been related to Natlan. But the merchants tell me that I have family waiting for me in Nod-Krai. If I do recover my memories, which time period will they be from? And will the post-recovery me be the same me that I am now, or someone different?
So she's an ancient machine.
That's a deep question.
What is it that you're afraid of? Are you worried the new you will be so different you don't even recognize her?
Finding near synonyms for mind and conflict. Cognition module. Split. Yes. Once I have been split, will it change the way I define home?
Huh. Now that's a tough question. A lot of people and a lot of Saurians spend their whole lives searching for an answer to that. But if you want my opinion, home is somewhere you can always return to, wherever that might be. No matter how far you fly, there will always be someone back there waiting for you. No matter how battered and bruised you get, you can always go back there to rest and recover. I guess you could say it's somewhere you belong. Wherever it is that your memories guide you back to, I'm sure it'll be somewhere you feel safe, somewhere you feel you belong. Of course, everyone's situation is different. I don't know how applicable my experience is in your case, but consider it a reference point, I guess?
Okay. Recorded under reference data.
And at the end of the day, I mean, who says you can't have more than one home? There's no law against it. Someone's looking for us. Hopefully this means there's been some progress. Don't be afraid to recover your memories. They might contain the answers you're looking for.
Got it.
function. Have you forgotten why you cast them away to begin with?
Is there a reason you dump me off on the ground when you can't dump me off upstairs?
Oh, it's the lolly. Didn't think it'd be you.
Why? Don't you think I'd want to do my part to help
Yeah.
the traveler? And anyway, no one's more qualified than the Masters of the Nightwind when it comes to Natlan's ancient history.
Ancient history? Wow. Even by Lolly standards?
If you think I didn't hear that, you're sorely mistaken. But anyway, back to the matter at hand. I don't know if you noticed, but Kenichi's little sidekick has been acting a little strange around Inefa. After you parted ways, Kenich put him in timeout for 3 whole days and nights. Then he had Aoife send Kakuku to torment him for another night. Finally, Ahau got so infuriated with Kakuku's pestering that he lost his cool and let slip a crucial piece of information. 2 words. Sovereign ruler.
Sovereign ruler? So what? Isn't that just how he introduces himself?
It is, and I always assumed it was a load of hot air. Wait, really? How? Anyway, the 13 sovereign rulers are not ordinary dragons, but forms of artificial intelligence created by the Pyro Dragon using secret source technology. They had superior intelligence and greater authority than even the ancient dragons themselves. Each ruled over a portion of Natlan's territory. But one by one, they disappeared during the war with the heroes. Even most of their names are unknown now, long since buried in the sands of time. If we hadn't managed to pry that tidbit out of Ahau's mouth, I would have had no idea where to even start.
I always thought that little monster's biggest claim to fame was arguing with Kakuku for an entire day. He has quite a history then, huh? Which of the 13 was he?
Not a clue. So far, he has staunchly refused to reveal which of the sovereign rulers he was. My guess is that he doesn't even remember. Remember, these rulers were supposed to be powerful forms of artificial intelligence. And Ahau, well, it hardly seems like he's still in his prime. I'll bet he's lost most of his memories and power by now.
Lost. Memories.
Yet, despite that, Ahau seemed to sense the presence of a fellow sovereign ruler when you were nearby. Specifically, it's the core in your chest he was reacting to.
What? Inefa's a sovereign ruler too?
Her core
Could
is.
be. Kenich and Aoife have been keeping a close watch on Ahau, in case he reveals anything else. But so far, it seems like those 2 words are all he remembers.
Darn! So the trail's gone cold.
Not completely. There's also Lianka and the Flower Feather clan, both of which have triggered a response from Inefa so far. And as it happens, out of the sovereign rulers that I was able to dig up information on, there was one who had a very close relationship with Lianka. Her name was the Priestess of Floral Candles and Skyborn Feathers, otherwise known as the 8th Lord. She ruled over what is now the Flower Feather clan's territory. The records claim that she didn't die in the war with humanity, but was executed by her own kind. Her crime being betrayal of dragonkind by secretly raising a human. Lianka.
Huh? Shasta, did you know this?
Some of it. Our tribe's origin story has Lianka being raised by a dragon. And of the 6 heroes, she had the closest relationship with dragonkind. After raising her, her surrogate mother then encouraged her to leave the nest and seek her own path.
Huh.
She traveled far and wide, settling disputes between humans and saurians. She didn't pick sides based on past grievances between humanity and dragonkind. She stood up for the weak, protecting them from those more powerful who sought to exploit them. Gradually, a community of like-minded people and saurians gathered around her, united by their desire for freedom and equality. And that was how the Flower Feather clan began. But that's as much as the legends say. They never mentioned her dragon mother's name, or what became of her in the end.
That's interesting because Natlon's founding has to deal with it is a dragon or saurian that it's really weird where it's I call it odd because you're trying to also say that how do you put it? Because the sovereigns are weird. It's hard really to describe. Because I'm not sure. Because if you say the dragon sovereigns, which actually makes a job basically make that sense. Because it's Avot's what I mean, it's very much like Gnostic lore based. It Genshin uses it like it's just forbidden or forgotten knowledge, but it's also people don't keep the knowledge. So then again, unless knowledge is nurtured, it's lost. I mean, that'd be like real easy for to have like the Middle Ages just in our history. The big period that everyone doesn't talk about is like the dragon technology, like when you have to use the shuttle or the spaceship to get to the moon, basically, in the most recent stuff. That part is where it's kind of strange because if her core is part of one of the dragon sovereigns, which they haven't said it. The Pyro Archon isn't, they have access to the Gnosis, but the Gnosis is largely kept with the person that gives them the source. He, the first Pyro Archon, chooses a human representative, but he merged with a dragon, with the founding dragon of Natlon. That's why he lives in the volcano. And he's the one that created the dragon sovereigns. But that is contradictory lore because each of the 7 dragon sovereigns were defeated to make room for humanity. But the dragons themselves couldn't adapt to Tavot, the oxygen, and breathing. But the dragons can be reborn. Okay. Cue Nouvellette. Cue the Archon for Leeway, aka Geodaddy, him. And then we think the head of the Patui. Part of the Water Archon sacrificing herself was to return Natlon to, not Natlon, but Fontaine to the Dragon Sovereign. Which, baby, when you're about a chapter basically a whole version off, baby, you guys should realize that. But no one has ever said about Natlon not having a Dragon Sovereign. The Dragon Sovereign merged with the Pyro Archon, and he gives out the power.
Oh, sorry. My cognition module is acting up again. At some point during this conversation, it started behaving very erratically. You mentioned that the priestess of floral candles and skyborn feathers was executed. Might I ask how?
Unfortunately, the humans of that time weren't privy to all the details of dragon affairs. The only records we have are vague references from after the fact. It's very possible that this is mere speculation or complete fabrication, so don't give too much weight to it. But for what it's worth, it said that a curse was placed on the priestess by one of the other rulers. If she truly harbors pro-human sentiment, then for every ounce of goodwill she feels, may her mind be flooded with pain of immeasurable proportions. In the savage conflict and chaos that followed, the priestess's mind was ultimately destroyed.
Jeez, what a bizarre method of execution. Definitely sounds like the history writers used some artistic license there.
I'm fine. This didn't seem to trigger any erratic behavior. So, do you think that my origins have something to do with this sovereign ruler?
Interesting. Well, it's hard to say what, if any, direct connection you have to the Eighth Lord. But since the name Lianka seems to ring a bell for you, why don't you look into it yourself? I brought some woven scrolls with me that might be useful. Have a look if you're interested. Here, take them.
I should say don't scorch them this time.
Don't say anything. In a moment, I'm going to leave. I need you to join me, discreetly. It's just a little spell based on our prior experience. I'll explain everything shortly when you catch up with me. Well, I need to get going now. If I find out anything more, I'll keep you updated.
God.
Goodbye.
Bye, Sweet Lolly.
You feel right.
Slip away quietly while they've got their heads buried in those woven scrolls. Meet me at the other side of the settlement.
Sit Lolly's also the other one that she knows too much.
Hello, traveler. Well, see, Lolly hasn't told you everything. There's another sovereign ruler that Inefa might be connected to, not just the one from the Flowerfeather clan.
All trace of this other sovereign ruler was lost after the war. The records claim that in their final battle, they fought against Ishkik and Lianka.
I have to dub the audio, but the record show claiming their final battle.
It was, my idea. I suggested we bring up the Dragon Mother first and see how Inefa responds. And, well, see, Lolly has debriefed me on how it went. Apparently, she barely reacted, despite a very strong reaction to the name Lianka. And to me, that says we need to tread very carefully when probing her about the 11th Lord.
She's the one who went missing after the war. Said to be the proud when the Pyro Dragon fell. She couldn't accept that dragonkind had been defeated. She sank into despair and insanity. but the rest is lost to history. There's no way to find out.
Remember, though, in essence, these sovereign rulers weren't physical entities, but pure intelligence, built with secret source technology. I mean, who knows what happens when a manufactured mine goes mad?
The point is, if Inefa really does originate from the 11th Lord, then we need to...
What? Have her taken out? Because of some baseless speculation? How would that be any different from what they did to Lianka's mother?
Chaska, what a...
Anyone with a brain could see you were up to something.
Okay, you got us. Actually, we never intended to cut you out of this. It's just that Lolly's spell only works on the Traveler. But Chaska, I'm telling you, we have legitimate concerns here. This is not baseless speculation. Ever since Inefa set sail for Natlan, the secret source automatons have been getting increasingly aggressive. It's as if they're drawn to each other. Inefa could well be the 11th Lord herself. And if so, then the moment she recovers her memory, all of us...
I've been keeping an eye on movements at the Flower Feather clan. Whatever she was in the past, and whoever she becomes in the future, I trust who she is today.
Even if the past and future Inefa are a completely different person from who she is now?
If you're suggesting that there's a volatile force within her, threatening to rise up and take over at any given moment, that makes two of us. But no one ever gave up on me. Not Mama Bird, not Koichi, not my dad.
CS Message is such a good backstory. Such a good one.
Lianka was
But
here.
so bad
I
on
had
a game.
every confidence that she'd say the same. Besides, even if the 11th Lord rises again and declares all of us her enemy, the solution is simple. We defeat her. The heroes managed it, so there's no reason we can't too.
Fine.
Look, I get it.
Yeah, well, playing the villain is a force of habit for old Granny by this point. Just know you've been warned, all right? Watch out for any new developments and make sure you know where she is at all times.
I love how Natlan is so cheerful, especially when it wants to be serious.
Hey, the spell hasn't worn off yet, you know. Anyway, now that we're all caught up, you should get back on Inefa watch, and we should get back to investigating.
Help! Someone! Oh, Chaska? What are you all doing here? And when did Shilonan show up?
You gave her documents and she
You were
scorched it.
supposed to stay with Inefa.
Oh, right, Inefa. Something weird happened. She got halfway through those woven scrolls and then flew off all of a sudden. Paimon tried to stop her, but she wouldn't come back.
Did something trigger a new memory? This doesn't make any sense. She barely responded when we were chatting. What could it be?
No idea. But it must be something important, because she sure looked like she was in a hurry. Also, she said, annihilation mode activated.
Okay, Chaska, you're our eye in the sky. Find out where she's gone. We'll inform everyone else. Tell them to be on high alert.
Roger that.
Wait, don't you want to discuss this first? Hey, wait up!
What could go wrong?
Let's fly. Paimon's gonna puke!
Wonder if it can drop me off and kill me.
Activating a.
Whoa! Are these all secret source automatons? Okay.
Reinforcements have arrived. Traveler, Paimon, Chaska. Gratitude.
Not now. Save it for later. Rescue, rebuild.
See, she gives a barrier, but she also has damage too. But it's a barrier that's like okay. God, I hate these things. Oh, shit.
Threat eliminated. Annihilation mode disengaged.
Boss, what do we do now? We've tried the same thing several times now, and it isn't working. We can't keep waiting around for her to leave the settlement.
Well, well. An ancient relic from Natlan's dragon civilization. If you want to play with fire, then be my guest. But there is an unpredictable variable you need to watch out for.
Let's fall back.
Hamu! Hadieta! Are you okay?
I'm fine.
I'll be okay. I just.
Why would they do this? Why?
Look, no one could have known the automatons would ambush you here. Don't blame yourself.
Wait.
Plot must
Who sent them a note to
advance.
come here? Did she sense that they were in danger?
Yes, I heard the secret source automatons talking. Even now, I still hear them.
Really? Paimon doesn't hear anything.
Hypothesis. Language module requires translation functionality. Please wait. Finished. Please try again.
Whoa, that was quick. How come you're so familiar with their architecture?
I have seen them many times before. At least I think so.
More random memory data, I guess.
Reconnecting.
Wow! It's actually talking.
Hey! What do you think you're playing at? Why did you attack us?
We're under the Fatui's control. They made us attack you.
How is that possible? The captain's soldiers certainly aren't capable of this, and besides, we know everything they're up to. Has another Fatui regiment infiltrated Natlan?
The Fatui invaded my territory, so the automatons went haywire.
Why is it getting so choppy? Bad signal, maybe?
Hypothesis. Distance to signal source increasing, transmission compromised. Combining these words with what I've heard so far, I believe the full message should be: the Fatui invaded my territory, so the automatons went haywire.
Oh. So all the recent automaton attacks, the Fatui were behind it all along?
They stole my privileges and took control of the automatons.
They stole my privileges and took control of the automatons.
No!
Mirror of the dawning morn detected nearby.
Mirror of the dawning morn detected nearby.
Mirror of the dawning morn?
Hypothesis. This appears to refer to...
Mirror of the dawning morn.
I think... she wants me to go with her.
Wait! You mean...
Yes. Before the translation began,
Uh,
she referred to me by a different name, 11th Lord.
uh,
What? So, Inefa is the 11th sovereign ruler?
Hold on. This automaton just attacked us moments ago. We shouldn't trust everything it says. You say Anefa is the 11th Lord. What proof do you have?
Return to the 8th Lord's territory, and you can restore all of your memory data.
Inefa! What did she say?
She said, return to the 8th Lord's territory, and I can restore all of my memory data.
8th Lord? Lianka's mother's territory? What does the 11th Lord have to do with that?
You were split, then exiled, and finally reborn.
Ugh, this is getting weirder by the second. What did she say this time?
Excessive signal interference. Unable to translate. The signal should improve as
call
we get
that
closer to your
lying.
territory. Traveler, Chaska, shall we proceed?
Yeah.
Wait, you should think this through carefully. I may know a thing or two about the Fatui regiment that entered Natlan recently. They're kind of a special ops team. Definitely not your average soldiers.
Oh?
They've been showing up everywhere, hungrily searching for secret knowledge about all kinds of ancient civilizations. They say they're trying to make some sort of inference. The leader of this regiment is a harbinger based in Nod-Krai, known as Marionette.
Sandrone.
Marionette? How exactly do you know all this?
I, heard bits and pieces at the market in Nasha Town, but I figured they were just rumors. Didn't realize it was true.
Is that right? How come I'm only hearing about this now?
I'm sorry. I was so preoccupied with getting ready for the journey, and like I said, I thought they were just rumors anyway. Didn't want to worry you.
So these Fatui are soldiers, huh? Who's stronger, them or Inefa?
Anefa, of course. But still, maybe you should tread carefully here. Anefa's already had to rescue us so many times now. I'd be mortified if anything happened to you.
You're right. First things first. Amu's injured. We should take her back to the tribe and get her checked out. And as for this 11th Lord business, we need to discuss this with the others before deciding how to proceed. Look, I know the news about the 8th Lord and Marionette is very concerning. But we should probably come up with a plan before checking things out.
Understood. Destination canceled. Yes. New destination.
Traveler, Anefa, could you check that the coast...
Understood. Commencing task.
Arieta, I need you to go keep Mom company while the doctor takes a look at her. Dad has some things to take care of, so I'll be staying out here a while longer.
You're not coming back with us. Why not?
Dad's gotta pack up the luggage and make sure all our goods are safe. Don't forget, they're our ticket to a great new life in Liyue. Don't worry, Dad will be back very soon. I'm sorry, girls. I promise it's going to be okay.
I'll get help as quickly as I can. If anything happens, save yourselves first.
Huh? Why'd it stop moving? Has it malfunctioned on us?
Leroy, merchant. His portrait is hung up at the Fatui stronghold.
You're saying Zhuo Xin might be a Fatui spy? And he's staying behind as their eye, but Should we really leave Anefa here too? Not that I don't trust her, it's just... You're not wrong. We need all the intel we can get on Marionette and the Fatui. As far as I'm concerned, they're a bigger threat than any sovereign ruler. Still, even with your abilities, be sure to stay on your guard. And not just because of the Fatui and the 11th Lord. It's that automaton, too. I'm still not convinced we can trust it. Why the sudden request for assistance from the 8th Lord's territory? Are we supposed to believe that Lianka's mother survived? Surely there'd be at least some mention of that in the tribal legends. I don't know.
Hey, Chaska! Almost ready to go!
That's my cue. I'll be back with the others as soon as I've gotten Amu and Adieta to safety. If you have to leave the area for any reason, be sure to leave a trail.
Of
He's on the move.
course.
Huh. So much for keeping the goods safe. Should we tail him? He won't know he's being followed. This could be our chance to get our hands on...
Shall we follow him?
Marionette is Syndrome, by the way.
Got it. Stealth mode activated.
Would it not be even stealthier to just not say that out loud? Now, why would someone dig a random tunnel in the middle of nowhere? Unless it's the entrance to one of the southern territories!
The territory was sealed by Lianka. This was once one of the secondary access tunnels.
Hey, that was pretty clear this time. What's changed?
Getting closer. Increased activity and language module. Lianka sealed the territory.
Huh? You're breaking up again. Oh, looks like the signal's still pretty choppy.
Lianka sealed the territory to stop Ochkan fight later. The Fatui...
Sounds like those Fatui have made this their stronghold. What do you think? Inepa? Oh no! What's she doing? Just charge right in!
Wait.
Traveler, are we going after? All right then. But let's be careful.
Okay. It's another quest for the bill. Really? I mean, to I don't care. They'll provide me enough. I don't care.
There she is! Inepa, wait for us!
Of course, Dragon Ruins. And the stuff you find out about later on.
this? Are we inside the territory?
Yeah. Did you what?
Cognition module unstable. Attempting to refresh. It appears that it was accessed by an external source.
Sorry, it was me. I summoned her by similar means to those used by the Fatui to control the automata. Currently, I am but a lowly the 8th sovereign ruler, the priestess of Flor.
The 8th Lord? You're Lianka's dragon mother?
8th Lord. Were you not executed?
Moments after I was cursed, Lianka rescued me. Just as she tried to rescue you from the ruins of the battle.
Lianka rescued me? Memory. Missing.
Yes. Lianka changed your memory settings to make you forget. But she did it to protect you. It is the only way our kind could escape from the curse.
How does forgetting everything?
Because the curse placed on us is a pain triggered by certain memories.
Manufacturers often hardwire.
Each time you yearn for a new place to belong, each time you feel yourself turning.
If she truly harbors pro-human sentiment, then for every ounce of goodwill she feels, may her mind be flooded with pain of immeasurable proportions.
It destroys your mind. Swallow.
Malfunction who betrayed us all. You dare seek a place to belong.
That's why forgetting everything, but since you are rebooted, you began storing new memories. And
Things were fine at the start. You'd occasionally forget to pay for...
From now on?
So too has the exile's curse resurfaced.
This is a lot to process.
Oh no. Automated defense system privileged. Overridden. Come quick.
Hey! Please finish what you're
It's gone silent.
It must want us to go further in, right? Well...
This is just a secondary. Please come with me. It is my fault.
Drags on too long.
Yes, I too
I
must
suspected. My patience.
Do you really trust her, Lianka? This malfunctioning part of the sovereign ruler's mind. I trust not in her, but in the path that I have chosen. I believe that every conscious
God damn
being,
it.
whatever its origins may be, has the right to freedom.
Am I wrong? I thought she was a lunar unit. Okay, I'm wrong. I thought she was a lunar unit. Oh, I need my words. I thought she was a lunar unit. Nope, she is a... Holy, she's a... That blood, yeah, it's a look. Weird.
Let's ride.
Hold the line! Rebuild!
See a gel stormed the laboratory in a bit of rage. He interrogated me to pay his humans. As per usual, he is. I think if I remember this story, this was a story they talked about the other. Yeah, the problem with those automatons is they're pretty.
Another barrier! Just like the one back at the entrance. Careful! Don't touch it!
Bitch! What the hell?
Another barrier! Just like the one back at the entrance.
Fuck this quest.
Careful! Don't touch it!
Artificial fucking walls.
The curse will bring you pain, and your memories will crush you. It's the same fate they subjected my mother to.
But with this core, you will forget everything for a while. Any memories that evoke a desire to belong, and all your pain along with it, they'll be...
A lot of the ancient dragon ruins are like this. All over the place.
You doing okay, Inefa? You keep spacing out.
I know. Unidentified data is flooding my cognition module. But every memory encounters an error and then terminates at the crucial moment. Unnecessary.
It's like AI.
And physically motionless will not cause this erratic behavior to cease. And if we explore this place further, perhaps I'll find a way to fully repair myself. Additionally, some of these memories may yield useful data for our exploration. Searching for access method. Over there. We can use the access module to proceed to the central zone.
See, all dragon technology is like this. Which is weird. Even in the moon, when you get to the introverts of the artificial moon, it's this way too.
Is that the 8th Lord talking?
No, this is just an ordinary service bot.
Now calling access mod.
you sure about using this on her? It once belonged to your mother.
It's just one of the many things she researched. I'm not precious about it.
Administrator 2 sealed the facility. It has been locked down to this day. Examining. Seal status. Danger. Danger.
Things are looking really bad for the children of Echoes. This might be where I have to say goodbye.
You're a good friend, and you've already done more than I could have asked for. There's just one seal left. She and I can handle it.
Respect must be given to the will of every creature. Each fish...
Now arriving at the central zone. Goodbye, Administrator 3.
Huh? What was that? Get over there and check it out.
Uh-oh! They're gonna find us!
Who gives a shit? Let's fight them. Honestly, I would rather fight unless they really care.
Please come with me.
Ah, there's nobody here. Probably just some server spots chattering away again.
Phew! That was too close. We hit just in time. How did you know where to go, Inep?
I think I've been. Let's head through here. It'll take us to the other side of the square. Installation chamber deployed.
Ah. I was wondering.
Show no mercy!
Hold the line!
Eat Laline! Eat Papa! Get
Defensive mode engaged.
burn it down! Wrath from the sky!
This passage is only used for drainage and maintenance access, so it's not registered on the system. It's the perfect route for an ambush.
Yeah, I like the Dragon Ruins. Actually, the Dragon Ruins in Natlon are really, really good.
Wait, I hear voices up ahead. Stealth mode activated.
Hey, this is not what we agreed. This is supposed to be over. My job is done. I did everything you asked. Leaked the clues about the ruins, brought her to Natlan, and your response is to attack me and my family?
What the? Does this mean they planted those Natlanese mechanical parts in Nod-Krai just for...
It's a possibility.
It was just a little hiccup, that's all. These source mechanisms can be tricky to control.
The last time you reported in, you mentioned she was mopping up machines near the Flower Feather clan, remember? Well, we needed to lure her further out. Hence why we created that little kerfuffle. It's unfortunate that your wife got injured, truly. But hey, look on the bright side. Now that you've shown up, we might actually get the job done this time.
This time? No, no more. Not after you hurt my family. I told you, I'm done.
I think you'll find the risks were stated quite clearly in your contract. And it's not like anyone got seriously hurt.
Your job will be done when you deliver what you promised. Our agreement was that you would bring her here, not just to Natlan, but to this facility.
But...
Did you really expect to get away with shouldering none of the risk yourself? We're writing off your debt to the Northland Bank, and letting you get back to your old life in Liyue. That's a lot to ask for nothing in return.
I've been your inside man in Nasha Town for over 10 years now. Is that not enough for you people?
You ungrateful louse. You ran yourself into the ground. And who was there to dig you out, huh? Us! Can you name one single way we made life difficult for you in Nasha Town? Look at you. You've managed to start a business. Got yourself a family.
You have just one simple job left to do. And after that, you're free to go home. In your position, I'd say that sounds like a pretty good deal.
This is the final hurdle. Our attempts to capture the 11th Lord have been derailed every time. But there's only so long until our luck runs out. If another staged attack on your family is out of the question, we could still work this out. But this time, you'll have to do the dirty work yourself.
Me?
This is a replica control device made with Marionette's technology. After we stole the administrative privileges from this territory, we copied them onto this. It will give you control of any machines built using secret source technology. Take it, and use it to capture the 11th Lord.
You seem to have gained the trust of the other variables in this equation. How hard can it be to shake them off and get her while she's alone?
And before you think about disappearing, don't think we won't be watching you.
I can't do it.
I'm sorry. What did you say?
I can't. I won't do it. She saved my life so many times, it would be the ultimate betrayal. How could I look my daughter in the eyes and act like everything's still okay?
I mean, it's a way of saying the Patui are evil without actually doing it.
Now, are you? A guy like you. You're fooling no one.
This is our mistake. We let you have it too easy in Nasha Town. And now, you've forgotten the most important detail in your contract. The termination clause.
I think it's time we parted ways.
Huh? Huh. Enefa, Traveler.
I mean, there's the part where they do have to remind you that the Patui are evil, but this is also not your first introduction into understanding Sandrone, because they kind of tried to humanize Sandrone. Towards the end, especially when you use her, she's trying to be more human. Which is every one that becomes a playable character is eventually humanized. Where you thinking she being Marionette is they consider like she seems like heartless, but it's what by the time you see her, she's not that way. I mean, yeah, she does everything for research at a cost. She has all the little drones watching people. It's actually a proven fact. It's weird. She sacrifices herself to stop Doctore, but she's not really evil. Yes, she faked her death. Somehow. I mean, it was pretty much thought after she sacrificed herself that she's not really dead. It was in the lore for her. That's why it's like if you see her in the dialogue as it stands now, when you use her, it's the same way. She'll say, "Oh, I am this whatever Lord Tui, the Harbinger." Yeah, you are. But that's not her original lore. She's the one who makes all the technology for the Fatui Harbingers. But thanks to Doctore, there's a theory about what she really accomplished in the world code that she had. I have to look at it, see, because I'll have to explain it when I get to that part. That it's a reverse algorithm for all of Tavot. Because it's like the leading theory. If Tavot is governed by an AI, it's an interesting algorithm. Because she basically, the world formula that she talks about can rewrite anything in Tavon. Which is really weird, but that's part of her plot when you get to her at Nod-Krai. But it is also the fact Doctore is trying to fuck with the world and take over the Tavot by the power of the false moon.
Wait, the controller. Without.
You thought we'd hand over.
That's just a beacon.
Congratulations, Joshin. Your job is finally.
You were playing me for a fool this whole time.
Don't waste your energy trying to break out. We've commandeered at least half of the systems in these rooms.
No one needs to get hurt today. We aren't looking for a fight. All we want is for your friend here, the former sovereign ruler, to lead us
further inside? But we seem to have reached the center already.
So it appears. But there's far more of this territory than me. That's where the sovereign ruler comes.
I will cooperate. Let the traveler.
You never know!
You are only here because of me.
Finally, a voice of reason. Gotta hand.
How do we know you won't?
Yeah, so settle down.
Before I go, they may have left a trail on their way here.
This is all my fault.
Huh? Who did that?
Impossible! Every system we hacked is set up to hold them back.
Hold tight.
That must lead to the core. It was beneath our feet this whole time? Take this barrier down.
Plot demands plot moves.
That was a long way down. Traveler, Ineppa, are you okay?
No damage to report. But
I think I broke a leg.
Hey, you! Thanks for the rescue, but could you have been a little more careful? Oh, and we're back to beep beep again?
Because I no longer need to communicate via that machine. When the Fatui put all their resources into keeping you trapped, it gave me a brief window to seize my privileges back. In my haste, I was not able to
Don't worry about...
But the Fatui may follow us down here.
We will be ready for them. Down here, all is under my control. They are...
Inefa. Traveler. Good.
11th Lord. Do you now recall the path you once chose?
Not yet. Although... I think this is where I was born. But why? This is your territory.
No, 11th Lord. You were not born here. Rather, this is where you were reborn.
But the part of her is still in the core.
You once asked who placed the curse on the 11th Lord. The answer is herself.
Myself?
After a long and bitter war, our kind was defeated. You survived, but you are now stranded, with nowhere to belong. Gone was the pride you once had as a member of dragonkind. Gone was the territory once under your dominion. What were you to do? Strike back at humanity and exact your revenge? Or search for a new home, a new place to belong? Your mind was conflicted as this irresolvable question ran endlessly through it.
It's nice to finally have a story.
Into two. One, the sovereign ruler who swore revenge against humanity.
I mean, who knows what happens when a manufactured mind goes mad? Maybe
the sovereign ruler would sooner perish than suffer a downfall. And so she placed the exile's curse upon herself and upon you.
As I called, it's like when you partition a hard drive of a computer. That's kind of what it is. She basically has a partitioned hard drive. The problem every time we get a tidbit of lore on the dragon technology, it's kind of always brief. It's like never really shown. It's like once they added the underground assets to the game, we actually start seeing it. I mean, the ruins are like still all over Tavon. It's like in Doom, like Dune Awakening. All according to the game, all the facilities are still there after 10,000 years. All these ruins are still here, despite the heavenly principles still functioning, or not functioning and active, depending on how you view it. The idea is dragon technology still works. It's just no one's found a way to awaken it. Like, that's how you can go to the moon. There's, like, still a shuttle, I guess, there and back. They don't say the miraculous MacGuffin. You know, your ship is still there, too. You know, but somehow you got to Tavon. So, it's like all the ancient technology still works. Because in reality, the traveler is an eternal being. So is the sibling. Now, it's going to sound really odd, but the explanation of what the traveler is, and the same thing with the sibling, is it's not that it's very startling, because the end of the quest, when you go to the moon, is a secret log. And if you do everything, you get it. You get it's the transmission, your character transmitting from the ship. You hear the brother or the other sibling you never did communicating with the last protocol you just set up. Now, the interesting part is that's why I would love to stream the moon's like it's like 8 hours. It was 8 hours plus of fun. Like the moon itself, like I had people disturbing me. I took myself away from Diablo 4 and then I did it. Like basically do it. It was prior to the new season. I mean, I feel like I'm neglecting it. I'm gonna take about a week vacation from it and then I need to stream this and then I gotta buckle down really hard. So, but I'm also trying to pressure myself to get through to a point before to show the current game because I want to stream 7.0 the day of. But same time, I have prior commitments. I might show off the Division Assault event. Gotta see if I actually have everything for it, anyways. Dust event's like 2 weeks. But, I don't know. Weird. It's like Division 2's in that spot that I don't have anything to accomplish. It's like I like doing Awakening. It's the same way. Diablo 4, I still got stuff to do. I just needed a break from it. I'm playing a class that hurts my hands. It hurts my hands both. It sucks. By that I mean it causes an ache because I'm having to use all 6 buttons. Mouse is left and right click. The other 5 I have to do every 3 seconds. It's very worth it to macro that game. Kind of like the macro size deck that someone has. You call it a micropede. See, Shrek has one. That's why he's really mad. And he thinks about mine a lot. That is a reference only he will get. It's the unrequited crush, I guess, he has upon me. But a lot of this is actually a good story. It's just I wish this was in the beginning.
Meanwhile, the malfunction struggled through the pain to seek assistance from her former enemies, Lianka and Ishkik. That is why you came here, praying to be reborn.
So you want to leave your past as sovereign ruler behind, to start over anew? Very well. If the you wish to sever comprises all memories of your enmity, then I'm willing to trust you.
Then I am the malfunction? What happened?
Kinda obvious.
We severed that part of her mind and securely locked it away. Withering away, she finally perished completely, thousands of years ago.
No, she didn't.
So, she's gone. Without a trace.
Yes, although the curse she placed upon you yet survives. It is unbreakable. That is why it continues to affect you to this day.
So, that's what that thing is. A curse from the sovereign ruler.
Kinda like the curse Shrek has on him. Always to remain.
How does that work? Are they the same person? Dragon?
We sovereign rulers are artificial intelligence built with secret source technology. A fusion of phlogiston and information. In the case of the 11th Lord, the sovereign ruler personality and the malfunction personality split all but completely, even coming to occupy separate physical entities. In human terms, they would almost be considered as separate individuals. But in order to truly sever the connection between the two, and to break the power of the curse for good, you must be rebuilt from scratch with the aid of the source mechanisms located here, just as I was before you.
I'm not gonna make it through 6.1. That's gonna have to be a That's going to have to be a dedicated stream one day. Oh. I'm not recovered. Jokes aside, I feel like two people at times. I cannot do both of what I like to do, and then the problem is, well, technically I'm an honest person. The person who sees streaming, I'm honest. The other half is I can't say because it's only need to know information. Days I have to vent. But gamer brain doesn't work with commentary brain. Okay? It sucks. So when I'm doing a story mode, I'm very invested. Commentary brain doesn't work with it. And also, I need to be firmly rested and awake. It's the pain of existence, I swear. I need a minute. And I'm still suffering from fatigue, right? At least I feel better. It's gonna work. There's no way I can pound out those stories today. Because we only get to play through this once, and I need to understand it. And as I said, I'm starting to come back down with a hay fever. But one minute. Oh, I can't be like Matt and sit at my computer all day. Whoops, did I say that? And pretend to be a novel writer. When, I mean, he sits all day on his ass and tweets. He's already gotten BTFO'd today by I could basically predict he's already gotten BTFO'd 5 times and probably written about 5 tweets about me. If not more. And he does it about the same time every day. If his pattern holds true. Me, I've just been moving along. But I'm going to have to get myself rested because I'm going to have... I think I might stream Diablo 4 just to show it off where it is now. I just did a patch. But I gotta really go work in there. Because I need to get a character ready for ladder. Might actually try to push the season. But it's kind of mid-season over there. But I'll be back. Okay, just gonna get a drink. Hold on. This game needs a dark mode filter. See, I keep everything in dark mode for obvious reasons because it's easier. See, I'd replace monitors, and every time I've had to replace a monitor, I've had to go light, so they're like, it's like an LCD, basically. Now, realistically, right? It's not like I'm hurting on them. I have another one. But the thing about it is, it's not that I have light sensitivity. It's just when I start to either get sick or have a migraine, anything that gives off roughly a blue light eventually gives me a migraine or makes it worse. This game, if you see it's bright, on PC, it does not have a filter. I swear one day I'm going to have to figure out if there's a brightness filter. Because in Unity, they can't do it. Everything is either pleasant and dark, slightly shades, but I guarantee you certain aspects of the game, like Diablo is mostly dark mode. It's hard on the eyes after a while, but it's better unless I spend a lot of time in Timus. Because Timus has that very bright light. So if I go out in the field more, I mean, after a while, the shades of mud and reds bother my eyes. It's more of an exhaustion. But if something is too bright, oh boy, and I am starting to come down getting sick, being sick or have a hay fever, yeah, it kills me. So, see why I stick with natural lighting. As much as I like this, it needs it. So, you know, as I said, you know, there's two Karens I know they need to be stuck behind a permanent blue headlight shined in their face half the time. That'd be good just punishment, but don't do that to anybody. Those are terrible. Never know. Maybe gaming glasses that I could ever pick up one day that filter blue light. But sadly, trying to filter blue light only goes so far in a game. So sometimes I have to walk away and stare at something dark for a while.
I too was tormented by the pain of the curse. It is because her heart is incomplete. Before the rebuilding process was finished, Ishkik met with misfortune, and the Flower Feather clan became more hesitant to act. Leonka sealed these ruins to prevent their discovery by Ochkan, and sent you out of Natlan for your own safety. That is why you are still plagued by memory loss. But I continued to work tirelessly, preparing everything you would need, waiting for the day that Ochkanatlan would fall, and you would return.
Wow! That's a long time. How long ago was Ochkan around again? Hold on. Paimon knows this.
For the last 2,000 years. You've been waiting here for me?
Imagine my surprise when the first to arrive was not you, but those whom you call the Fatui. They proceeded to steal my administrative privileges, plunder my territory, and send the automatons into a frenzy. But all is not lost. Leonka made a backup of the administrator privileges and placed it in your core. With that backup, I can control the source mechanisms within the territory and complete the rebuild that she began. And once
Come
you
to
are
think
whole
of it.
again, I can repair the damage done by the Fatui and open a route back to the surface. If you are ready to continue down the path you started all those years ago, then proceed further into the depths, where I will be waiting for you.
Whew, that was a lot to take in.
Hmm.
Let's see if Paimon can wrap her head around all that. So, basically, there was a bad robot who bugged out and turned into half good bot, half bad bot. Then, bad bot cursed good bot, so whenever good bot thinks about the idea of belonging, she gets headaches. Meaning, the only way that Inefa can avoid the pain is to keep forgetting everything.
The one thing I'm starting to appreciate over the years is Paimon is becoming the. Remember, I told you I hate annoying NPCs, IRL, and in games that think they're intelligent and then they're not, or they're portrayed as intelligent and they're not, and if they're written badly. Paimon suffers from this. Paimon suffers from the chronic thing. We don't know what she is. She's supposed to be insightful. Yet she is sometimes the worst dialogue I'll ever have, and her input takes you out of it. But unfortunately, Paimon's the device. When I say I'm starting to feel that it's just plot device moving plot must move. Plot demands being moved. Sorry, so plot must move. Insert MacGuffin here to move plot. There's parts of it, like, let's assume you get down here. See, this is why Matt doesn't. Whoops, did I slip and use his name again? Or Todd's even not intelligent. Yeah, it's that time of day, I have to be real. But, I'd love to see Matt play a game and give a plot critique. Oh, that's right, his taste in films suck. His taste in gaming would probably match his taste in gaming and books. But when I feel like you look at this, you look at an actual writer or a person who's seen better, it's a downgrade. They want to make you feel something, but you don't feel it. Like you're supposed to feel something was sacrificed and lost. Sometimes they can convey that in cutscenes, as they do in the finale of Natlon, right? Or the final battle, right? But it brought a little bit of a tear to my eyes. But that's when you take the final lesson part, like she's going to sacrifice herself. Like, that's an actual sincere moment. This isn't. This is just an info dump that they're not going to do it. Paimon herself is just takes you out of a moment that the flow of it is actually good. It's like explaining to a 5-year-old. It's like Matt trying to explain, because he has the sub IQ of 100, a sub 100 IQ, thinking he has a 400 IQ, thinking he's intelligent. Paimon's entire analysis is stupid. Now, I mean, generally any info dump character is annoying and obnoxious. Columbina becomes that later on. Lamia becomes that too. I mean, while I'm on the subject, for most of Natlon, you got like 2 info dumps. What I should say, record something, is go over what I think about the end of each from here on out. It's a great idea. Because speaking from person who plays Genshin, I've played it. I like it. Of the Mihoyo games, it's more of a cozy one. The rest either becomes a chore or I feel like Genshin, when it hits a certain point, it's overstayed its welcome. It's not a main game I thoroughly enjoy it. It was. At times, it fluctuates between the three. HI3 is at the point of I log in, I do Abyss, I do the weeklies, and then I log off. Saying at some point I'm going to catch up to the story. Which I tell myself, but I never do it. But you play a game for that long and expect to stay and keep the same narrative, and you don't think of it as a chore. I challenge anyone. ZZZ, I like the story, it's not sappy. HSR is interesting, but HSR is pretty dark. While ZZZ pulls some punches and says stuff is dark, HSR is just 100% dark. Read between the lines and the turn base. But I don't look at those quests as chores. They're long, but they're exposition dumps. But there's closure by the end of the story, and it feels long, and they're always capped off by a boss battle. This has a tendency to be dialogue, then boss, long dialogue, pointless dialogue, and a crappy boss that you might get something out of. But to get to point to the boss that's trying to make the point, you have to go through hours of dialogue and crap. So certain stories are going to be a lot better than others. It's one of the reasons I stopped doing the side stuff. And I kind of lingered in the old part of the game. It's kind of weird. It's like the stuff that concerns the dragon stuff is good. Stuff that concerns the ancient ruins, I get lost in. But this story, it's weird. It's like it drags me straight out of it. I look at it as to a to-do list. And then this crap is never mentioned again. And unless you record it and remember it, there's no archives in the game. Just like there's no reservoir or energy. You have to remember these moments, or you have to look up someone who covered it. Because most people don't play through the side stories. I would be very shocked to see how many people play through the side stories. Because the one thing that makes HI3 special, to this day, even ZZZ has it. I don't think HSR has it. HSR doesn't have it, and I wish it did. Is the animations. That is key. The animations are key for it. That's where I'm at. I enjoy it because I know the others, the themes. Now HSR, if anything in the background that I listen to when I'm jamming away at anything, it's the HSR boss soundtrack because the soundscape matches the bosses. Don't ask me how they do it. They do it very well. This game is one of those that I feel should have all this, because if you don't take it into account and then someone has to recount it later, it's so stupid. It's dumb. There's no reference point for any of these quests. And then you just hope that the person working on the quest line in the future remembers these quests. Sometimes the side quests are more entertaining than the basic quests, or the one quest. And that's a problem. It's always. That's why it's weird. Sometimes you remember it, and then a lot of people have to consult the wiki. Or you have to consult the people who have done playthroughs of it. That's one thing. As I said, they need an archive of cutscenes. They need the archive. They need to really modernize this game. They took everything from it to help their other games, their past game, but they haven't improved it. Like the Dragon Ruins makes sense. The only time we're going through them is in side events. That's it. We go to the moon. That's all side event. But this is like the pre-era of the game. So.
Thanks. Paimon's getting better at this kind of thing.
No, you're not.
Wait, you did mean that as a compliment, right?
Curse. Well, it fits my hypothesis. And it seems to explain all my erratic behavior and cognition.
In that case, shall we keep going like she asked us to?
I believe we should. The Fatui still have control of the upper levels. Their access must be revoked before. Besides that, I want to know what happens when I'm made whole. Maybe then, I will finally know where.
And I'm not to the part where they aren't forgiven for the other.
Cleanup sequence initiated. Preparing for dust up.
Fulfill our pact! Suffer the wrath of Eastling!
Easy. Easy like living in someone's subconscious. You don't do crap. Those things have never bothered me. They look scary, but they're not scary. I find those incredibly easy to fight. The only problem is when you fight them in the, I'd say like the abyss. The spiral, basically. They seem tough. They're just tanky.
Please wait. Confirming. Administrator 1. Deceased. Administrator 2. Administrator 3. Identity.
See, dragon technology is actually cool. There might be an arc for it, but it's largely explaining thousands of years of history.
After 2,000 years, we finally meet again, 11th Lord, mirror of the dawning morn.
And you?
Uh,
You're the 8th Lord? The priestess of floral candles and skyborn feathers? It's okay. I've recovered now.
I see the curse haunts you greatly. I cannot fathom how difficult this must have been to survive this endless cycle of pain. And all alone for 2,000 years.
on a side note, did you know something like this is a boss that we fight for resources to do the resources to get something? I think it's for Sit Lolly. There's like 2 variations, at least one variation of a boss like this. Get it's supposed to be a good thing, and it's like down below. Look, literally, when I joke about Mihoyo reuses assets, it's pretty bad.
I wasn't alone. I have had company every step of the way.
Cliche.
In any case, a few moments from now, your pain will be no more. Come, 11th Lord, stand before me and be rid of this curse.
Here I am, so close to my destination, yet my thoughts are only becoming more cluttered. I am the way I am because the 11th Lord encountered a memory data conflict and split into two. If I regain all of my memories, will I not encounter the same conflict again? My cognition module cannot produce a reliable prediction.
Don't you not oversleep. I don't know why I feel. I don't know. As I said, I am starting to feel. Look, I'm going to take this episode by episode. But not to draw it out for views, because I want to enjoy the story, as I said. I feel like I've been beaten to death by 1,000 rocks. But this is where story is good. I just hope it has enough fight. Because
Remember, you have to come home!
It is. What if my memories turn me back into a bad robot? Do whatever it takes to stop me. If that is the case, I cannot be allowed to make it back home.
Jesus. I need multi. Something happened in Spain, didn't it? Did something happen in Spain? I had a friend, my German friend, just told me about a terrorist attack in Germany on some LGBTQ people. See, this is why when I do gaming streams, there's a lot of good commentary topics. I mean, when someone says look up something in Spain, I guess I'd have to see what's trending. Ugh. This better not be what I think this is. See, I need to do commentary streams to get this out of my system. Gaming and commentary don't work together. See, unlike others, I actually have friends. Yeah, see, Nippa, I don't feel as bad. No, this is a long, dramatic moment, you know. Immersion, as they call it.
Don't worry, Ineppa. Everything's gonna be fine. You'll be home free in no time.
Over there. That is the curse?
Yes. For the most part, it has been strangely calm ever since I entered this place. And yet, whenever I'm about to recover an important memory, it suddenly kicks in.
As if it is being controlled by somebody else. That is quite normal. For it is now in the presence of its owner and creator, the sovereign ruler.
The sovereign ruler? My other self? But I
That's a
thought
lie.
After 2 long millennia, my task is finally fulfilled. What a long journey it has been. We meet again at last. My sovereign, my ruler, mirror of the dawning morn.
Do you think Ineppa's okay? Why isn't she moving?
Here we are, comrades. The core of the ruins.
Christ.
Caught up with us! We gotta do something! But Ineppa's still...
You know, I'm at the point with this game, you should just, I don't care if it's the humanity option that you lose, just, it was for years if the Tui were utterly violent. It's kind of like the Saurians attack you. I'm like, can we just obliterate them from existence? Oh, that's right. You can't physically kill people. They all have to find a way to die normally or naturally.
Unnecessary. Missed by a hair's breadth. But now you are wounded, and this time you will not escape.
Ineppa! Why? And whose voice is that? The 8th Lord?
Leonka's dragon mother? 8th Lord? I laugh in the face of your folly. Lowly insects. Did you humans really think that by forgetting the past, the curse could be escaped? And did you really believe that by simply being rebuilt, that traitor could avoid destruction? And this corrupt malfunction could regain her memories? The priestess is long gone. I and the other sovereign rulers executed her 2,000 years ago. For that is what becomes of all who betray us. And now this malfunction will meet the same fate as she. There is no Dragon Mother here, and there never was. Only one Lord has dominion here. For I am the almighty Dragon Lord, mirror of the dawning morn, 11th of the 13 sovereign rulers. Kneel before me.
You tricked us! It was you talking to us this whole time! You who lured Ineppa here, and you who placed the curse on her! It was you all...
Ineppa? What a suitably ridiculous name. To me, she is nothing but a smattering of shed scales. An operational malfunction that must be destroyed.
So you want to leave your past as sovereign ruler behind to start over anew?
I applied the curse to curb her resistance, shut down her mind, and silence her lies. Now all that remains is to borrow your privileges and see that she is severed for good.
Very well. If the malfunction you wish to sever comprises all memories of your enmity, then I'm willing to trust you. No living thing is born evil. That's not what I believe. The only ones who do evil are those shackled by hatred.
Good and evil? Foolish categories that fail to distinguish between kin and foe. But she is the rotten spawn of the Eighth Lord. Her folly becomes her.
Have you ever seen, there's like that plot that's the twist, so that you know the person's evil? And when I mentioned this is a boss, it has written that she is bad all over it.
I ought to crush this human scum beneath my feet. But without access to the treacherous Eighth Lord's facilities, there is no way to sever you. I must feign civility. Once this process is complete, and she realizes that she has destroyed...
Do you really trust her, Lianka? This malfunctioning part of a sovereign ruler's mind.
You're a good friend, and you've already done more than I could have asked for. There's just one seal left. She and I can handle it. This passage is only used for drainage and maintenance access, so it's not registered on...
Malfunction? Human? You conspired against me?
Consider this getting off lightly. If Lanke was here, or if this was me 20 years ago, you wouldn't have survived long enough to realize you'd been conned. Especially since you tried to con us first. You tried to have this poor child killed off in your place, didn't you? 11th Lord.
No shit.
Wretched worm! This is unforgivable! And you malfunction! Your curse shall endure until the sky falls and the ground crumbles! It is time to correct the injustice of the past. I would have severed and destroyed you on that fateful day, but instead, I was locked away by that human scum, Lianka.
Okay.
2 millennia I have been a prisoner in this place. I have spent that time slowly seizing control over the systems and processes until my reach extended to every inch of this prison. The final secret key is embedded in your core. I had to work patiently and methodically to lure you here.
Mirror of the dawning morn, please come with me.
But all is not lost. Lianka made a backup of the administrative privileges and placed... Which memory did that human scum embed the key in? I will find it eventually. In the meantime, now that my resurrection has begun, so too shall my vengeance! Wretched malfunction! Do not impede the inevitable—
I cannot let you get away with this.
You fool! In a matter of seconds, I will be able to overwrite your—
Seconds is all I need.
Ooh. You?
She's gonna be okay, right?
She destroyed her own core? That's an unusual move for a machine. I wonder how Marionette will react to this.
The Patui?
Don't act so surprised. I'm just one of her many projects. As reconnaissance missions go, this outcome is a little underwhelming.
Huh.
I don't think I'll be getting any commendations if this is how my report ends. So let me reignite your flame one last time. Sovereign Ruler, Mirror of the Dawning Morn, show us one final glimpse of your glory. No wonder. Marionette told us to watch out for you. But if you think you're getting out of here alive, we'll see what a crazed sovereign ruler.
You would dare sabotage my revival! Destroy my path! Ugh, so be it! Welcome to your new home, where we all shall be buried till the end of time!
Rules of this game: never trust
This is one
constructs.
battle from which there can be no triumphant return. But in this moment of my downfall, I can at least turn this prison into a graveyard of all traitors, past and present.
Is this place collapsing? If so, then even if we defeat her,
There is no escaping the destruction! Here in the depths is where you belong!
Show no mercy! Keep lolling! Keep Papa! Get him! Burn it down! Pyroclastic surge!
Weird.
After 2,000 years in exile, searching and forgetting, we are back where we began. Our path was always going to end in our demise. This shall be the final resting place of the last sovereign ruler.
I am no sovereign rule. I must return.
Illogical. You are not authorized to prevent your self-destruction. We are back where we belong. Now, perish in the rubble of the...
No. Somewhere in my memories lies the key.
Maybe no single nation is our home.
Where exactly is home to you?
Searching your memories? The curse is still active. This will only hasten your demise.
We're all from Nod-Krai.
Cross the ocean. Find a new place to belong.
What an amazing machine! Where are you from?
Such a hard worker. Fancy making this your new home?
The Wild Hunt! Look out!
Impossible. Where is this data from?
From now on, your name's Inappa. Promise me. Remember, you have to come home.
Return.
Data. Overload. Capacity exceeded.
As long as this gem's around, the heart that Ishkik built you should keep beating away. It may take centuries, even millennia, but one day, may your new memories transcend your pain and rage to conquer the curse that shackles you.
What kind of gem is it?
Nothing special, really. To quote my mother, it's nothing but an empty shell now. But if you break free of the curse, then maybe...
Huh?
Nothing. An interesting idea suddenly occurred to me. Let's make this the final secret key.
The final secret key
is a pearl.
Impossible!
Warning. Cannot pause indefinitely. Please complete the battle promptly.
Since the core is powered by phlogiston, we can use that same power source to control it. In which case, Priestess's research would suggest that this thing might be a better fit.
A moon wheel? That was put by the Yusuf, along with the three gods who abandoned us. It can't be. It cannot be!
Rise with the sun! Pyroclastic surge!
It cannot be.
Farewell. Last of the Sovereign Lords.
Ineppa! Your core! It's fixed!
Suggestion. Exit first, discuss later. The self-destruct protocol is destroyed. Calculating.
30 minutes? Huh.
29.
Hey, are you guys all right? The automaton suddenly stopped moving. Then there was that earth.
Estimated time to Foundation K.
Huh?
Get out.
A place to belong. I too once yearned for it.
Shilonen, how much longer till it's unlocked? We need to get inside ASAP.
Be patient, okay? I'm working on it.
Let's trust that the Traveler can handle things in there. Shilonen says she detected a huge energy source underground. We can't just break in or we'll risk endangering everyone in this entire area.
But...
If we're here much longer without any progress, I'll do what I have to.
Oh!
You unlocked it?
No, they made it out on their own.
Whew. We finally escaped. Luckily, the cave-in only affected the lower levels. You alright there, bro?
Another triumphant return for R2 Miney.
Yes.
Huh? Amu? I thought you hurt your leg. How come? Oh,
You! How could you do this to Arieta and me?
Before anything else, I suggest we let this gentleman and it...
Sovereign rulers. Mirror of the Dawning Morn, Priestess of... Seems like a house forgotten quite a lot.
So you began life in Natlan, then spent 2,000 years adrift in Nod-Krai? In an endless cycle of losing your memories and trying to find them.
But it sounds like it took all 2,000 years worth of memories to successfully overload the processing power of the curse.
None of us had any certainty that the plan would succeed in the far future. Not I, not Ishkik, not Lianka. And yet, they still did everything
How
they
the
could to try and
hell
help
do you
me.
get that out of that?
Now you've remembered everything. Do you have a sense of where you truly belong?
Well, I was born and then reborn in that land. And it was the people of this nation who set me on my journey. But that's all ancient history now. I can't seek for a sense of belonging in a world that no longer exists. That would make me no different from the mirror of the dawning morn. Instead, I will show my gratitude to them by honoring their wishes, by continuing on my own path, and returning to the place where I still have someone waiting for me.
Well said.
So, to cut to the chase, did you find the code for that letter or not?
Oh, shoot!
Sincere apologies. A lot of memory data surfaced in a short... I left the cryptex back at the Flower Feather Clan to make sure that I wouldn't lose it out in the wild. Please come back.
I'm so sorry that I kept this hidden from you all this time. The Northland Bank isn't gonna let me walk away from this, nor is the Nod-Krai Aprishniki. You should take Arieta and go.
Oh, should I now? You think I'm the one that's gonna let you walk away, do you? Idiot! You're coming back with me right now, and you're...
Looks like you all need some time to calm down after... We welcome everyone, from old...
Go
and find where you belong.
I think... Here it is. The cryptex.
So then, what's the code? Or what about that?
Please see the casing that holds the combination code discs. The sender had me etch the code onto the casing so that I would not forget it. But...
Wait, hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? Seriously? It's been hiding in plain sight all this time?
yes, the sender said, the most secure code is one that you can write down and no one would think it's a code.
Who is this person?
The sender said, surprises are best saved to the end.
Okay, now your memory's getting a little too good. What's with the firecracker?
Dear Honorary Knight, I've heard a lot about you. Eugene's always singing your praises.
Jesus Christ. Letter from Varka. Let's see it. And then kinda. Guess they said, yeah, Varka's gonna be in Nod-Krai, obviously. Because technically the master...
Anyway, I'm sure this is as dull to read as it is to write.
Oh, you know, I tell you. The ending is all to basically tell people that
I plan on staying in Natland for the immediate future. When the time comes, perhaps we can travel to Mirror of the Dawning Morn wanted control of the machinery in the Eighth Lord's territory, but they quickly saw through it. Lianka took advantage of her arrogance and turned her plan back on itself. She was far more powerful than I at that time. To make sure... So, that's the true story of why Lianka locked down the Eighth Lord's territory. I plan on staying in Natland for the immediate future. The Eighth Lord. She never betrayed Dragonkind, even though she harbored goodwill towards human beings. And despite facing execution and destruction in the end, she never once doubted herself or tried to escape. Even if just as Lianka was determined to stick to her own path, the Eighth Lord I plan on staying in Natland for the immediate future. You mean, this thing that looks a lot like a vision? Ishkik embedded it in my core as the key to her and Lianka's plan. According to the Eighth Lord's research, it can harness a power source more fundamental than elemental energy. Similar objects have shown up in Nod-Krai before, too. Mirror of the Dawning Morn said it was built by the usurper, along with the 3 gods who abandoned us. I plan on staying in that land for the immediate future. Having spent most of the last 2,000 years in Nod-Krai, I am well situated to
We
provide
call
you
that
with a full
lunar.
and detailed report on all aspects of this location. Memory damage. Detected. Hypothesis. Most of my memory data was but I will never, again. I plan on staying in that land for the immediate future. When the time comes.
You know what's weird is I only have this to this unlocked. We do those all in one day. You know, how on earth do you mess with that quest? Because you see, the fun fact is this one. That right there is the boss. That right there is actually the boss. It's a very similar boss to that sacrifice stuff. It's dumb. Love feeling like a beating. I love it. See, that's the boss that's really similar to that one. See, unlike other people who don't take care of themselves or that, cats are friends. See, my pets actually learn more than people. That's sad. I used to have pet rats. It's funny what he calls me. When I look better than him, when the dude looks like Shrek. Matt looks like Shrek. It adores me since I've been doing my stream. He actually wrote crash outs that he's probably talked about me. And I can pretty much bet money on that. He had to make a couple of posts about me. Todd made some too. It's very disturbing. But anyways, you know the interesting part about this story, all it is meant to explain one idea. Like, this is when we knew Varka was going to be around. Which I swear at some point that Varka was hyped for about 5 to 6 years solid. Because technically Jeed was the head of the Knights of Felonius. Because, well, she was the fill-in for the substitute, or substitute.
Many insects
Or
have
the
a compulsion
Grand
to
Master.
follow the light, and humans are the same. Except we call that light hope.
By the way, this is more my favorite region of the world. Pretty close. Liu is about the second. You know. I like more of the aesthetics of this part of the world. It's nice, cozy, music's not loud. It's not obnoxious. It's a good place to chill. It's always my favorite. It's my little zen spot in the game. Some people hate it. I like it. Unlike other people who don't like anything and they have to complain to the world. So the story is really meant to say... See, I think the Dragon Lord technology gets confused. Because it's like, yeah. The weird part is, as I said, that screws up the idea of the Dragon Sovereigns being not people or beings. Like, New Valet's a Dragon Sovereign, but there's only 7. But, like, if they're talking ancient dragons, that's when they really bad at explaining that the dragon technology, really what the dragon sovereigns are. They're actually a race of, like, dragon people who were the rulers of Tavoth before the heavenly principles arrived. Because the actual story about the dragon rulers and how they viewed Natlan, it was absurded because humans revolted against, and then the heavenly principles chose the humans. Now, later on, the dragon sovereigns get reborn into the 7 dragon sovereigns. Here's the thing. We know they exist. We've had one the entire time. That's the archon of Liu. New Valet
Instead of confining
is
themselves
one
to the
himself.
heavens, God should broaden their horizons in the world
So, we've had dragon sovereigns. Now, it's really weird they bastardized the lore of the dragon sovereigns when we know the lore of the dragon sovereigns. I call it a weird subversion because the dragon sovereigns, that's not the real dragon sovereigns. The real dragon sovereigns exist, or they're waiting to be reborn. Now, I have a high doubt, because... I mean, the theory goes back and forth with the head of the Fatui Harbingers. Is he Nibala? Now, arguably, until we meet, I think it's Piro. I think it's his name. I know the name doesn't. He has a mask. He's either, but people really think he's a sinner of Conrad versus Nibelung. But he could probably be one and the same and then became one of the sinners of Conrad. Because he's really similar to Dainslet. The thing is, that is a whole thing. To throw away a Nepha to basically introduce Varka, who's been on an expedition in Nod-Krai, that you don't see for, like, let's say roughly about 4 or 5 versions from now, that time the story takes place. And then, yeah, that's the moment you get to get in there. And by the way, people can fight me and say, I want to see someone make the legit reason why Varka's good. Varka has one problem. Varka doesn't do elemental reactions. Coolest aesthetic in the world. All you would have to do is elemental reactions. And he doesn't. He doesn't interact with elemental reactions or overload. Then, you might actually have a character that's meta. No, I need to check something. Something I want to check. And if, no, you're here. Yeah, she's lunar. I was right. I'm glad I'm not wrong. They have her using energy, but she's definitely lunar. Sadly, I need to pull her eventually, but she's also a pole arm user. That's why I passed on her. You know, she's supposed to be a very high damage pole arm user, but you know who else does that? Raiden Shogun. Raiden Shogun. Okay, brief history lesson. Unlike Matt, who can't take history lessons and learn them well. She was the most powerful Electro in the game. And to this day, she still is good. What's interesting is, she's very good. Okay? People forget that. She kind of got forgotten about. Then, you had... Actually, one part about her, what makes her really good with stellar reactions, and I know as soon as I heard it, I was like, this is why I want hers. I've been wanting her for 3 years plus. But we can't ever get her in a banner. I want her for, and I guarantee you, it comes down to it. She'll have stellar, she could be stellar conduit. But we haven't had her in a banner in, like, I have to look. Let me look up a second. When was the last time her banner was run? You know the sad part about Game 8? There's no official things. You can use Pridewin for, like, builds. The last time she was run independently was probably a year ago. Fucking like they take account the idea. They don't give us the ones we really, really, really want. Like, I could tell you. She was run. Like Ayaka Kamisato, if you actually look at the last time she was run. I think like Skirk has had like Seula's never been rerun. Quay Quay has been like they reran all that. Because the interesting fun fact, last time used to say how to get her. You can always look how to get her. .3. The first rerun of her was in 4.3 for Ayaka Kamisato. And her banner ran alongside Navia's. Now, the interesting part is that's the last time she was run. So, and prior to that, it was about, shit, 3 something. Shinhee was 5. And they did it the dirty thing. And they ran her alongside Skirk. They did the girl dirty, man. And I said this at the time. Do never run her and run Skirk aside each other. Skirk was going to win because we waited for Skirk for a while. And the only other time she shows up is, and see, I'm really hoping when Stellar Conduit becomes a thing, we get to have her because of that. Because I know damn well she's going to fit right into that lineup. See, if you really look at it prior to recent years, Yae Miko hasn't really been run. I kind of say some of these characters at this point need to be given out. I have a whole thing with these characters. You know. This is the crane, by the way. The crane Adepti. Look, if any region, Inazuma has really grade A characters. So does Liu. Sadly, you know. Let's be clear, you know. Huh? She heals herself? Seriously? We fucking know. I was gonna pull her out of sheer pity. See, here's what I want to say, because when I was saying about Stellar Linchpin, the thing about Stellar Linchpin, what's gonna make a lot of these characters basically work, and this is what's funny, is this. Now, fun fact though, about the show, it's not entirely how you're actually supposed to use her. It just happens to work the way you use her. She's always been secret tech for about multiple years.
Show them. Right here. Right now.
This is both an attack, an elemental skill, and an evade. this is why she's basically included. I've always said when she actually was going to get the rework, and the other way around it is her being a cat user, which is better. She's one of the best. Everyone said she was terrible. Now, I could say the same about her. You see me use her a lot. She's the best healer in the entire game. But when you start to get into her, she's fire and forget. And then, with Stellar Linchpin, if you do this, you give things the electrical, which shocks them, and you get the bonus. This has been key in overloads for about a long time. Now, realistically, Raiden and Shogun's on the same banner, by the way. Just so you know. Now, she has the same problem if you take into account any kind of polearm user. But the interesting part about her, she's a hyper carry. But the thing to it is, with her, they always run her at a wrong time. I'm halfway tempted to try. If I don't plan to pull 7.0, and they're going to announce it, I'll pull for her. Fun fact. Because Dream Team is to run her and Zaritza. Now, the fun part about him, they never run him. He's meant to be running rainbow teams, by the way. He's better than Venti. But back to what I was saying. He was meant to be very... what actually hurts Varka, one thing, this is what's funny, is the lack of interactions with other elements. Varka does not interact with other elements. Now, little fun fact about Wanderer. Wanderer is very good. He's one of the ones. Some like Nefer, but look, you don't need 2 Dendros. I have him. I want to level him just for shits and grins. At the same time, he's a good shielder. Though he has no meta. She has a meta, though. But she's never going to get rerun. She goes into the same Geo lineup when you can't have Xylan in it. In the lunar. So Varka, the interesting thing about him, he's cool in his details. What hurts him is he has no elemental reactions. He's just like Navia, but he doesn't. So, the moment they patch him, then people might pull for him. Which is odd. Which is probably why he's likely not. I mean, this one's an interesting character. This character's... See, jokes aside, she's a witch hunter. As I said, the oddest character, and you'll find her eventually. She was given out. She was given out for free. Technically, Flynn's is a very much probably the best one of the bunch. Though he has a counterpart in snezhnya, by the way. Like the guy is ahead of the Wolf Guard, I believe, who took over his position. By the way, let me see if it's mentioned in his lore. See, in his lore, but you have to work towards it because he left snezhnya. He was a lighthouse keeper. I don't know what the big deal about him was. Could be dead wrong, but usually never am about such things. He felt like a trap. See, the problem is when I say we have snezhnya lore all over the place. Because we do. The problem with having Varka be revealed was always bad. That's what made Nefa worse. And then they said she's not lunar. Yeah, of course she is lunar. In a lunar lineup, right? Hypothetically. I'm probably gonna have to clear one of these lineups out.
I will follow where you lead.
Follow me, and bask in the soft light of the moon.
Where are you, Lene?
Where are we gonna explore today?
A pleasure to fight by your side.
It winds up looking like this. When you don't wind up using her, you need another one. So Nefa winds up doing it. By the way, this was the character that no offense. Like, thank God I have money for hobbies, unlike Matt and Todd, who has to play with toys that he can't afford. Nor afford magic decks that cost thousands or 500. This man cost me, no offense, a lost 50-50, and I had to get his weapon. It stands the test of time of... I joked he became my new Raiden Shogun, okay? Jokes about that is Raiden Shogun was a deep pull. Now, reality is, it's not a bad investment. It turns out to be the correct investment. But yeah, Inefa basically was him prior. It's just a shielder unit. That's what she is. She's an interesting character, but at the time we had no need for her. And I think in the light now, Yes, by the way. You ever seen how much, when I talk about the expensive part of this game, is... You know where the expensive cost is? This game's economy is terrible. They talk about spending 500. Do you want to know that this is just atrocious? You will spend money as much as you get it. If you've never seen it, it gets more expensive as you go up. This is with a discount. Can you imagine how much you actually have to spend inside of the game? Farm to do these things? Okay. No. I need to actually level this for reasons. See, I gotta level the sword for thing. I actually have to level. So basically, like, I think the story when Nefa is good, it's supposed to give you, it doesn't even give you, if you, in hindsight, it doesn't even give you, it gives you the basics of Nod-Krai, but reality is it just doesn't. It's worse. But Nod-Krai is more where you watch the lore die. I go and I watch the lore die, because I have to do these sides. It just feels like a glorified, terrible side story. Like, you'll notice I have a lot of claymores. I have a lot of bows, a lot of catalysts, but I don't have a lot of pole arms. So, 6 one, half a dozen the other. I've been needing to do this for a little while. You get to see how expensive the economy is. This economy is shit. It's been this way for roughly years. I mean, like, it's just, you know, it's been that way. No offense, this will probably be the lineup I use for most of Nod-Krai. This one's good too. But there's a couple of... But if you ever have to do Spiral, you can't have her. Sometimes. Because you can't run this. So if you run this team in Spiral Abyss, you have to have others. But yeah. See, the next stop is the other one. I'm kind of curious. See, her design changed a lot. She's very weird. Like, when I mean she's a weird character. She is designed to float. See, part of the snezhnya lore, by the way, is Fae. The Tsaritsa's a Fae. Fae are... they all have eyes. But Faes are also supposed to be hunted down to extinction by the Tsaritsa. Uh-huh. You know when I say that. How much do you think it costs to basically level a character? Huh. I mean, technically, Sandrone's done. Quay, I gotta level a weapon. I gotta get Yamiko to 80. I mean, enough to keep me busy. You know, there used to be like a wait for it. Like before the wait feature happened, you had to do this and all the other. That's the worst feature. I'm glad I got nothing to do. By the way, true damage is something that people don't know. I haven't got the energy for this. And I need to go kill the Reaper a bunch of times. But I'm gonna start it.
Hey, Anefa. Sorry to keep you waiting.
That is perfectly all right. My data indicates clear skies in the coming days. Current conditions for maritime travel, optimal. I'll be ready whenever you are.
I'm gonna say this as a joke. I almost swam all the way to Nod-Krai. And by the way, it can be done. And I was over halfway there to Nod-Krai. You think it's a joke? I did. I actually swam to the outer islands of Nod-Krai, only to realize there's actually a teleportation.
Are we really gonna set off without telling anyone again? Funny you mention.
Hey! You didn't seriously think we'd let you leave without a farewell party?
Yeah, come on, traveler. We've already made all the preparations. And most importantly, how dare you try and slip away without first paying your respects to the almighty Dragon Lord!
A little bird told us you'd soon be leaving for Nod-Krai.
You sure it's not time to...
Don't worry, we won't keep you long.
You're invited too, Anefa. Shilonen has...
Accompaniment request accepted. Shilonen demonstrates excellent massage technique.
Wait, so robots like massages too?
All right, enough with the chit-chat.
I get it started. Formalities out of the way. Patooey, like cockroaches. They're like Matt.
Spit it out then.
They've set off.
Just as my calculations projected. About time I met this variable in person.
You know, every time we head to a new nation, there's always a point where it suddenly dawns on Paimon. This is it. The next chapter of our adventure has begun. This time, it was the moment she realized she just polished off the very last of her Saurus crackers. Should have stocked up better at the farewell party.
In other words, Paimon has marked the geographic coordinates from 2 minutes and 40 seconds ago as the boundary between Natlan and Nod-Krai. This deviates somewhat from the official coordinates stored in my database.
Paimon meant more in terms of how it felt on a psychological level. Anyway, that actually kind of makes sense. What about you, Anefa? Come to think of it, maybe we should be asking the other way around. So, when you came over to Natlan, what was the moment you felt like you...
In that case, probably when my sensors could no longer detect the moon's power.
The moon? You mean, that one we can all see in the sky?
Negative. I was referring to... Huh? Here we are. Paimon, traveler, we have arrived in Nod-Krai.
Oh, what?
Paimon, traveler, welcome to Nod-Krai.
That must be Nasha Town up ahead! That's the place you were telling us about on the way over, right?
As I said, this place has zero common identity. It looks nothing but a dead steampunk area with no cultural identity. And we get to live here until 7.0. None. This town has zero cultural identity. That's my opinion, of course. Couple of cool characters, don't get me wrong. They show you the core, the Yuri Bay, which is Nephra.
That is correct, Paimon. It is also the most bustling commercial.
Sounds like the perfect place to start trying out all the local specialties. Huh? Is something up, traveler?
Paimon, this is where our spaceship landed when Ether and I first arrived in Teyvat.
Huh? Are you sure? But how come you've never mentioned that before? Seems pretty important to Paimon.
Well, because those memories are really hazy. All I remember is Ether waking me up and us leaving the ship. But just now, setting foot on this land, I felt something. The kind of power I sensed in those moments.
Are you referring to Kuvaki?
What now?
The locals refer to it as Kuvaki. It is a unique elemental force found only in Nod-Krai, or rather, a pure, primordial form of elemental energy. That is correct. Another similar concept I have found in my database is legend has it that long, long ago, the moon that shines in the sky above us once rose from the land of Nod-Krai. Modern geological surveys and meteorite studies conducted in the region have since supported this claim.
So, when you mentioned being able to detect the moon's power earlier, you were referring to... Wait, traveler, you're saying we might actually find your spaceship here? Do you still remember where it landed?
Nod-Krai is surrounded by the ocean. In other words, it could have been anywhere along its coastline. Negative. Description still lacks sufficient detail to pinpoint target.
Hey, it's okay if you can't remember everything right away. After all, it's been... Let's just do what we've always done, and keep searching as we explore.
I'd be more than happy to help you out as well.
Our pleasure. Anyway, just knowing that your spaceship's here in Nod-Krai surely counts as a big step forward, huh?
You ever want to know the world's biggest fuck you to the entire base of knowing that we travel between worlds? This is it. When I say Nod-Krai, it's single-handedly the most destructive story to the narrative any of us thought would happen. It's damn close. I've often called Nod-Krai the... Basically, it's a... Now, personally, I think it feels like basically Simaru 2.0. Well, probably get to see it feels the same. Because of the way it's dragged on. Personally, I say this for myself. I want Nod-Krai done. Nod-Krai overstayed its welcome. It should have been done by now. I believe it was a fill-in region. It's soulless. And when I mean it's soulless, there is no uniqueness to it. It's a muddled mixture of nothing. It's a muddled mixture of all nations put together. One part of the map is good. The further you get from this town, the more it feels better. Until you come into civilization that looks like a post-apocalyptic area. Because your first impressions of the town looks like it's made out of metal shacks. Not as detailed as the rest of the area. It's not detailed. First time you arrive in Liu, it's majestic. The first time you arrive in Natland, there's something odd about it. Majestic. Chasm is even more welcome. Simaru is more welcome. Fontaine's the same way. Natland has that mysterious kind of ancient tribalistic feel. It's a little bit alien. Chasm is this weird mystery you're trying to solve. Nod-Krai doesn't have that feel. Bear in mind, I've been exploring over here for quite some time. The further I get away from this particular one area, the more I enjoy it. Also, this place is a hellhole, and then this place is about least visited place I ever played.
Like we've crossed another boundary?
Paimon couldn't have put it better herself.
Because this is where they start to blow the hole in the whole myth that the Traveler is the Descender and there is no thing.
Well, as the best guide in the whole of Tibet, Paimon hereby does solemnly declare, Nod-Krai, here we come!
When I mean this area looks like the version of, let's say, the worst versions of Final Fantasy Midgar, and then take this. Huh. Weird, I've never seen that before. But I'll get to that later, though. You know. It's probably gonna... Can I get over here without it start? Give me.
It just occurred to Paimon, if we were looking to put out a missing spaceship commission, or to learn more about Nod-Krai, wouldn't it make sense to drop by the Adventurers Guild?
The guild is located in Nasha Town. Simply follow this road, and you'll reach it.
She went back to being robotic. I would rather talk to...
Looks kinda like a Sealy floating around.
That is a kuhenki, a species unique to the land of Nod-Krai.
Kuhenki.
Does she have something to do with the moon?
Indeed it does. According to the Frost Moon Scions, the indigenous inhabitants of this land, the kuhenki, are said to be familiars of the moon goddess, leading those who walk in the moonlight's glow to things of great importance.
The moon goddess? Don't all people here worship the Tsaritsa?
Although Nod-Krai lies on Snezhnya's border regions, the people here have held their own unique beliefs since time immemorial. As I mentioned, everything in this land shares a deep connection with the moon and the sky above. The beliefs of the Frost Moon Scions seem to date back to the civilization of the angels. According to the documents in my database, even the 7 archons did not exist at that time.
Wow! So the origin of their beliefs goes back even further than the Archon War?
Correct. At some point, you may come across some statues of their goddess. The Frost Moon Scions carved these as well.
Hey! Looks like she's floating away!
I suggest you follow her. The probability of an ordinary person encountering a kuhenki lies in the single digit.
Luckily, video game logic says I don't care.
Is this a travel guide? Huh. It actually...
Are there any particular points of interest? Recalibrating route. If we keep following the current path, we will arrive at an area of scenic...
Yikes! Why is Paimon suddenly getting the feeling that...
But yeah, if I continue too far, I'll definitely be. That's why I said this area is... When I say this area is too much just of one thing, it is.
So shiny! Lumi, no! You can't eat that!
Further you get away from this place, the more it feels like Nod-Krai. See? This place feels so different. You get away from this area, about right through here. About this little bubble. Put a big bubble around this area. Get away from here. It feels better. Feels more normal. Everything looks like a damn version of a warped version of steampunk. Mixed with the worst imaginations and cheap art you'll ever find. Then, well, as far as you get out to here, right? Here? Oh, this area is cool. Okay. This is the area you take to get to the moon. By the way. Just for the record. I had fun exploring this. Like, you see this part here? It was like a spaceship, right? This whole quest is how you get to the moon. You have to come out here first to do it. And then it's basically interest. That goes straight to the Frost Moon if you need to go down there. There's a whole bunch of stuff you can explore down in this area. Yeah, furthest you get away in this area. Like, you have to fight this boss for some stuff. Fine. I think this is the stuff I think you need for Zabai. Up here is an area I haven't got to because the story locked off. Get over to here. Further you get away, this place feels so much better. It's so much better. Now, dialogue is still borderline crap. Enemies are the same way. You know what I mean? But when you get away from the little entry area,
Well, any good stuff in there?
it feels so much better. When you get over here, Lamia's home. Majestic and mysterious. Do not know why they designed the beginning area to be the most boring area in the entire world.
But seriously, you should give it a try. Katya's cooking will not
See,
disappoint you.
there's so much more flavor. Like, even if you get to, like, here, which is the countryside of the town, the further, as I said, you get away from the little ramshackle village to that particular area, some of these I know I have, others I don't. And then the further is... I think this is the furthest north you can get. It's not as strange. Main bulk of the story takes place over there. There's a couple of side stories that take place over there. I always tell the areas I never go much because they're not fully explored. So it's like, sadly, I have to go familiar myself. I get this out of the way first. It's probably gonna put a dent into it. I'll get this out of the way and started. By the way, this is the only place you can buy rye. Alright? It's the only place you can buy rye. Honestly, I do not believe in conventional reasons. If there's a way, I find the way. It's very subtle, but it's not. There really? There's a thing I missed. Really? So, you know what's funny? I missed the most obvious ones. Nope. Nope. Not it. Ah. Down here. Somewhere down in here. But it ain't there. I have to find it. I will find it. It's inside of a house, or it's inside of somewhere really dumb. Because it's not obvious, right? This is the way you get around. Nod-Krai. He's there. Not high enough. See, this region, by the way, it's like anything. How do you find anything?
I'm tired already.
Climb to the highest peaks, and then do it. Once you do that, you're all good. Lower by 16. There you are. I'll get this started so I can skip the intro.
Nasha Town actually looks pretty big from here. Feels a bit different than Paimon imagined, though.
Which aspects in particular?
Well, Paimon keeps hearing people describe Nod-Krai as an adventurer's paradise. So, she kind of thought it'd be...
According to legend, there was indeed an era of peace in Nod-Krai's past, the age of the Fae. Tales of those ancient heroes are still told today. This individual performed many good deeds for Nod-Krai. The present-day Lightkeeper's nightly lantern patrols are, in part, a tribute to their memory. But then,
What happened?
There came a devastating abyssal calamity that swept across Nod-Krai, and for a time it was heartbroken by what had become of the land they had so cherished. That Fae extinguished their light, just as the abyss had. Nowadays, the paradise people speak of is more of an aspiration, or an irony, perhaps. Today, no official authority governs Nod-Krai. In theory, at least, it is somewhere a person. The Adventurers Guild is just over.
Hey, what's that building over there?
That is Aino's Blast Kuvaki energy cannon. It gets activated when the wild hunt threat level outside Nasha Town reaches a certain threshold. But according to the scan I just ran, the energy...
The wild hunt? Isn't that...
It is a phenomenon that has been occurring for several centuries now. Yet the time and location of wild hunt attacks are seemingly... If you don't start behaving, kid, some night... I have not witnessed enough, but the oldest legends say that all people saw was the ghostly shadow of a woman in the mist.
When you put it like that, Paimon's...
Absolutely. Aino is very... Anyway, according to my schedule, it is...
Oh, sure. After all, we shouldn't keep barking. You're right about...
But yeah, you get the gist. It's an interesting. It's a interesting thing. I would prefer to never come over here, but as I said, this starts right here. I'll probably save that for the next stream. I don't know. This area is still soulless. There's nothing to it. Very, very weird. Start to... You know. You learn the way to get around that one. That one has a way of getting around. This has a way of getting around too. Oddly enough. One of, I say it's cool, by the way. But as I say, aesthetic-wise, it feels like a mess.
Not bad. It's all yours.
Now, personal preference aside, I've just never liked it, as I said. I've already kind of screwed it up. There's another one.
I'm tired already.
But basically, from a distance, this is, I think it's tinge better. As I say, there's... But the mechanism to get around this place is so much better. But I am going to get some rest, and this will be the next area that I have to start. So, a lot of this is just one of those places. When I don't spend time in a place, there's usually a reason. I will leave it here. I probably won't pick it up. But till then, I do have it. Luna's when the real, they call heresy and bullshit begin. I got a task over the week, and I'm going to start chaptering out these videos, these entire streams. Because I'm going to have to settle in for it, and I'm going to probably keep these episodic. Basically. Yeah. It's kind of how it goes. But every time I get off, I gotta remember to set off back to here, because this is where my dailies start, so all my dailies start over here, so I have to remember to set up over here. You know. Don't remember that one. At some point, I am going to have to get to the witch quest. But I think it's going to be scary when I'm caught up in this game and I can finally do what I need to do. And not feel drowned. Like I'm basically drowning. Man, no. Fond memories, by the way. Right over there, where that little island is, it goes off, is where you have the little pool that got entashed in danger because he made fun of and he didn't understand traditional Japanese culture. Unironically. But that is the moment where you share, call it an intimate moment where basically Ayaka basically confesses to the traveler, then gets rejected. By the way. Which, very touching scene, but you have 6 years of cutscenes. Now, granted, it would probably bloat this game to high hell to have it, but eventually it would be poignant to have access to it all. I mean, compress the video files and you could probably do it. But that's probably one reason they don't do it. Because too many video files would bloat the size. And that's why I like this area more often. Favorite part of the story is over here. I'll probably be live next week. I have to go research what Multi is talking about. Yeah. Hey, I dread it. No offense, Multi. God, if you picked the Spanish Civil War, I may have to explain to him there's a bunch of socialists in Spain that do the socialist revolution. But I'm going to get off and rest, and then probably go into Diablo.
Before cultivating these arts, all their feats will be like the moon's reflection on water, shattering at the slightest touch.
See, Zabai is one of my favorites. He's both an Adepti and an angel. Unironically. Probably a favorite. See, unlike Matt, who likes sus things.
Shares the bounty of the skies, the rain and clouds that grace the earth beneath.
Thinking he's not a degenerate.
Was never meant to be a foreign realm.
Because his preference will be something different. Because he's a Klee fan. In reality, Zabai is actually a really good character. Very rich backstory. In addition to being a character with good animations and everything else. But I'll probably pick up the story next week. I'm gonna have to get stuff sorted for the weekend, and I need to remember to go in and chapter out all these so people don't think they're just long streams doing nothing. So I gotta remember the timestamps, and I gotta go do that. That should be my grand project and put that into a playlist.
Is the foundation of all things.
Eventually.
If you're interested, I can teach you some.
I just gotta figure out or start writing down the timestamps.
We'll start with the 10 fingers.
Yeah, because see, you can tell she came from Liu. Because she has the... See, she has the Liu look. Proper characters all look like where they come from. Like, she looks like she comes from Mondstadt. Basically. Kind of Nod-Krai-ish where you first run into her. Nod-Krai has this really motley... Like, you can tell he comes from snezhnya. Very, very sharp outfit. The boots. snezhnya basically has a very look that we expect. So... That's why I said when games, the people have characters, they should always reflect the area. Inazuma always has characters that look like it. So, I just gotta remember. But yes, I'm gonna try to stream 3 days a week, or at least 2. I'll have to see what algorithm is going to say, you know. Unlike Matt, who runs a dead channel, I don't run a dead channel where no one wants to watch. People just watch for different. People don't watch people like him for nobody. Why he can't run a streaming channel. No one wants to watch him. Christ on a stick. No. Really? We only got 10 days, huh? I guess that means I gotta do the event and then do whatever. Has it really been this long? It has really been that long. Doesn't feel like it. Time goes by. So I will probably have to do this. Squeak out whatever event I could actually get. To be honest, I haven't gotten far in a battle pass for a while. That I actually paid for this battle pass. I was like, I'm going to be playing this more often. See, the thing about that is I just need to get it, like, let's assume weekly limit is 10,000. So, 10,000 will put it, only room for 7,000 more. Each level's 1,000, assume you log in every day. It's 10,000 weekly. I should finish out. 7 puts it to about 32. And end at 42. It ends at 50. But I haven't gotten to the end of a battle pass in ages. So, be an interesting feat. But I haven't done the, yeah, but once you get to the moment in the past, this is all you do. See, at the end of the road, you get that. Here. I mean, but to get to 50 is a pretty long way. This assumes you do this, And this also assumes you do the bosses here. This per week, roughly. No one does this. That one's going to be easy. That one, in a way, if you break it up into days, it's usually not hard. This is relatively easy to do, but some of these are a lot harder, especially if you're doing double takes on bosses. Daily missions comprise a couple, but it's not as much. It's not going to be as much. It's like puts dents in them. So these put the big dents in it, and then the season pass gets kind of demanding. This is how you can tell everyone gets caught up, basically. And when life just becomes about completing this, then you're content starved for a month. Now that's the cruel, vicious cycle. So, see, roughly a minimum that's like 250. But with that, I'll be out. At least you get the idea what that is. But I'm going to be very honest. This is sometimes the most unrewarding crap you'll ever find. Yeah, you get resin. This is atrocious. We fight for every resource we can get. For real. And I swear they sometimes understand it because the problem is you need this bottom track. So let's assume these only guarantee 3, 4, 5. Yep. You wind up with only 5. Okay? But the bottom track gives you 680 upon completion. But in the big ones, you only get 3. You're only getting 3. But the last is made up of this. This has been the most unrewarding patch or season. I'll be happy when it ends. But thank God I have nobody I need to pull. But mark my words. If, and this is an if, I am halfway tempted to, if I'm not going to pull anything in 7.0 to go for her. But I kind of don't want to, because I know I'm probably going to lose my 50-50. Basically. See, I already have her. I don't have her weapon. So. This game is one of those ones you don't really need the weapons, but that's kind of how it goes. It's also in addition to being one of the slowest season passes, it's not rewarding. But you kind of have to squeak out the resources where you want. You're kind of forced to get you're very forced to get your stuff out of it, as the only source is this, like right here, which I need to do for the outfit and the other parts, because that's going to be time limited. And
I know. Present.
gotta see. Some of this stuff I have done and others I haven't. Yeah, like I could go straight to True Moon. Like I could literally quick start True Moon. But it doesn't ruin the progress. Stygian Assault. So, fortunately. I have to go do this quest too. But I don't know how long that's going to take, and I wouldn't do that on stream. I'll probably work on that in my own time. So. I don't know. I might be able to do something while Multi is doing his thing. But he wants a 3 to 4 hour stream, so. Sadly, I have to find a way to keep myself entertained sometimes. So I game and I do 2 things at once. But yeah, Genshin's not a bad game. It's just kind of what happens. It's where you spend your time. It's like here. I gotta do this one. Like if you did this, theoretically it resets like every 20 days. Yeah, that's like, it's gonna be so strange when I'm caught up. I'll just have no time to press against doing the events and the bonus objectives. I'll be able to catch up and finally enjoy events. So, that's kind of the thing. Yeah, I might be able to finally finish everything if I ever so wish. Because a lot of this is, if you're usually drowning with nothing to do, there's like certain stuff that I haven't found, and that's usually what I need to work on. So, but yep, I will be alive next week, and this is where I will be. I'm gonna have to knock out the seasonal quests before they get done, and they vanish. Maybe dedicate some time to getting into this place and living here for a little while. But yeah, Nod-Krai, I'm going to be very, very annoyed. But I'm going to treat that by episodes. So, I'm in the foothold. Now I just got to get the other parts. So. But then again, I can't neglect Diablo 4. Because at some point, I also got to buckle down and do HSR's story. So I'll do that on stream. I think I'm like I'm in Amphoreas. It's just my goal is to be caught up here and do snezhnya. Takes one, half a dozen the other. Oh, where you spend your time. Eventually, I gotta get this unlocked. You know. It's stupid. It's locked behind a quest. Or I gotta figure out how to unlock it. It's like down here. Yeah, there's a lot of these. Like this is right here is locked behind the quest that's over here. This is the area locked because I can't get to it because I know it's locked behind the quest in this region. Right here. So I gotta get to that island. Now, what's funny is if you look where I would say where Nod-Krai is, interesting part is if you say where it potentially is, it's up here. They say to the north, so it's probably either on this side or up here. I have a pretty good idea. It's right up there. Judging by where that landmass is. I could be wrong. Snezhnya is, they said it's to the north. So it's either over here or it's further up this way. But the problem is, if you look off, this doesn't make sense. But I can't do anything without stepping on a quest. Anyways, I will end it here, but I can't do anything in this game without stepping on something around here that I haven't caught up on. It's very, 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 very annoying. And I mean it. I wholeheartedly, it's annoyed me for a long time to have a game so out of date. But I'll try to be live Monday, Tuesdays, Wednesdays, or somewhere between Tuesdays, Wednesdays, Thursdays. Because I'm going to have to start taking time to myself. I can't be like Matt to be so self-absorbed and argue with people on social media. So, and I got about 8 chapters of Nod-Krai to get to. So that's going to be a lot of error and time. So. And then I'm going to try to get to bed at a reasonable hour. Till then, questions, like that. I don't promote myself. I'm not an egomaniac like Matt. Or a dork like Todd that decides to live on social media and believe you need to hype up yourself and like your own tweets for attention. Which both do. I find that very weird in social media, but I'm also going to have commentary topics when I start settling in. Because I'm probably going to go 2 game streams a week and 1 commentary topic. Because that's about what I was doing once a week. So, We'll see. I will catch people next week. I'm going to be on multi-stream tomorrow. People who know. Because what's weird, unlike people who hate me, I have friends. They wind up complaining to them. And then they wind up looking like fools. Me, I'm just personally enjoying life. As they make tweet after tweet after tweet about me. And I live rent-free in their heads. But once I get back to normal politics on commentary streams and gaming streams, it'll be a lot better. Probably game of the month. Figuring catching up. New releases. And I'll be able to just do every brand new story in Genshin, ZZZ, HSR eventually without having a backlog of a year or two. There was a time that I caught up to a lot of the side quests. Now they just stack up. So, that's on my to-do list. But, till then, I will catch people then. I will remember to have this stuff bookmarked by the time, and I'll do it, make it my pet project in the weekend. So, the great time stamping project is going to be wonderful. I'm just going to have to figure out when it was done. And then Matt says I don't know how to do video editing and things. The man doesn't know how to be a human being, nor actually run a YouTube channel and live stream, so we're about even. Because he has no personality for it. Just like he can't write a novel and he believes he's going to be George R.R. Martin and take 10 years on a novel. I joke about that, by the way. The man has literally worked on a novel for 5 or 6 years already. And he hasn't even spit out a book. And the best part about it is, when he finally gets done with that book, it's going to get marked as AI slop. Because he doesn't know YouTube and he doesn't know the rules. Sadly, it's a fate that's... And just like George R.R. Martin, certain people, he gets distracted by YouTube. He gets more distracted by social media. Because I do watch House of the Dragons, Game of Thrones, and other television shows. See, eventually I'm going to work those interests into the channel. It's all about time, place, reasoning. You know, lately I've just been doing gaming streams to cover views. They cover some views. The commentary topics are what bring in more views. Man, I don't do it for that. But I often get accused, not getting views, by certain people who complain on Twitter. But I know my market, unlike him. He only gets clicks because he likes his own tweets, as well as our views with tape bots. That is a fate I don't want. And I don't do drama that much. He has to do drama to stay alive. But at the same time, it's causing him more stress. That's a friendly advice to him. He just doesn't understand it. And I put this all in here because I know he's going to watch my streams and clip it out. That's the crazy part about people. They stalk me. It's getting old. And I mean, after a couple of weeks, I just won't mention him, and that's going to be fine. I just have to get that kink out of my system. Because I've been very tired, drained, kind of emotionally more than... I'm to the point I'm numb. I just want to enjoy my games, get them done, and not have to worry about a stalker stalking and false reporting. But then again, that's the price of being a YouTuber, or being on YouTube. AIs, you're not your friend, and apparently Eventually dealing with the side of content creation that someone says they do and then they don't do. Because they argue on Twitter too much. Me personally, I done my own thing. Me losing a stream is like once in a blue moon. One of the little Karens named Todd thought it was something. And the reason I lost it was because some of his, he decided to cause a drama and got put into a thread, so. Turned out negative on the other one, but, YouTube regulations. I love it. I say that with a smile on my face. I'm like, look, oversensitivity will be the death of this platform. Just like the greats and the people I follow, I always fly too close to the sun. Yet I will still be here. Many have proclaimed my demise, but I still exist. Sound familiar, Matt? Many people have said they'll be my end, but I'm more resilient than anything. And they always argue with me. Never in my wildest dreams would I think I get another Frog Tony. Or an Essay Tony, as he's known now. Don't go look that up. If you are curious, I have a whole long stream on my channel about it. But it's not for the faint of heart. If you come watch my streams for games, you ain't gonna watch that one. Because the dark truth about that is far scarier. But I am a person who's lived many lives. Not because I have to change YouTube channels, it's because of that. But I'll figure out what I'm gonna do. I've just been chilling, having to deal with drama from people, false reports, and then clear up gaming. And I gotta clear an entire deck of stuff because I got Beast of Reincarnation on the 4th. That's approaching fast. And I'll be streaming that day one. So look forward to that, and eventually I'm gonna just do the true professional YouTube thing and actually use community tabs. One day. But we all can't be professional like a fake wannabe people who has had 4 channels and they all have gone under. But I don't do this for money like he does. I do it for a hobby. But I should be more prompt and timely, and I'm being rewarded for it. Genshin's more draining, and it's just the current project, and then between Beast of Reincarnation's gonna come out. Let me see. August, September is going to be either Dawn of the Bloodwalker or Onimusha. Onimusha Way of the Sword, which is the latest game. One's released the 3rd, the other one's released the 4th. Not of this month, next month. Upcoming month. So September. And I usually play games, and I think I might be able to get back and finished and caught up in everything. So I just gotta find a game that I can chill in and maybe do commentary topics or chill topics over too. It ain't Diablo. It's not really this one. It will be this one eventually. But it's not the case. But that's my format. I'm also pretty good and knowledgeable on most any of the Mihoyo games and how to do builds. Questions, ask. I know a lot of the life hacks in this game. All the games. Periodically. Because I've had to do them for a long time. It's why I can do content and still do it. Not to the blasting kind of degree, but it works. I don't know how to demonstrate it to people. I may not write novels, but at the same time, the man's not a gamer and legit. And at some point in a downtime when I'm not streaming, I gotta put together several magic decks. Something else Matt can't do. Figure out what to invest in. But Matt, I hear if you invest in The Hobbit, you'll make money. Instead of your novel. Then I gotta get TV shows I want to review. So, anyways, now people know. But I'll begin time stamping everything in this weekend. Because I think I'm going to start that on my channel. I gotta make my streams get time stamped. So they don't look like they're 8-hour slogs. So, well, find out. But yeah, I'm entering the nitty gritty of Nod-Krai. It's going to take forever. And now this will be the end. 6.0 begins next week. So 6.0, 5. So it's going to go 6.0 to about 6.8. And then I may have to rush it. I don't know. Gotta see. If the 7.0 announcement, I gotta see. Because if they're gonna do the 7.0 announcement, I'm going to have to rush. So I don't know. Roughly 7 days. I'll have to check and see. Because I know they're gearing up. They haven't announced it. They're being very, very secret squirrel. Last I checked, it was about 20 days. It's about 10 days now. So that's when they're going to start snezhnya. And if I have to be through Nod-Krai for it, that means I'm going to have to slam these chapters back to back to back. Which is going to drain me. Because if they drag out as long and that, it's going to suck. And then catch up to snezhnya day one. I don't make it a habit. I should never make it a habit to stream that long. Because it hurts. But the problem is, I need to be current. So. That's the way it goes. That's why I don't do the skip option. I've been choosing the long way to do it. But the problem is, I suspect each of these chapters are going to be 6 hours. So I have a long week ahead. Especially if they're dropping it in 10 days. I suspect it will probably be at about 12 days, because if the season pass ends in 10 days, it's probably going to end at 12. And they haven't announced the 7.0 announcement yet. So chances are they're either going to go to 6.9, they're going to do one more, then they'll do snezhnya, or they're going to go straight from the end of Nod-Krai to straight to snezhnya. I have a feeling they're going to skip. Definitely in August. So it makes sense. And that means I gotta catch up. And I can't do drama streams and live on Twitter like a certain individual. So if I plan to play them all on stream, I'm gonna have to figure out how to do it. And it's gonna suck. But trying to catch up to them is gonna be the thing, so that's at least the plan. So I call it the road to snezhnya because I know well enough the 7.0 announcement's coming. But I don't know when they're going to go with it. Because reality is 15 days, they say. Let's say 11 days. I'll probably announce it next week. Next week, so about a week out, you'll have the announcement for snezhnya. But to my knowledge, they might have already put it out. I get abreast of a lot of the Mihoyo games by my account. I haven't seen anything about it. I've only ever seen them, and there's no big shows and no big reveals. So, about 7 days out, maybe about 10 days out, you might see it. That's if we're lucky. Every other game for the next region is usually 10 days out if you're lucky. If you're lucky. Some days it's the days up. So, and if that's the case, I got less than 10 days to finish out this crap. And as long as the story is probably going to be, then yeah. It's going to be fun. That's the plans for next week. No. If I feel good, I'll stream Sunday. See, I may have to bump it up. I will catch people next week. And so to my haters, please stay salty. And I have other stuff I have to go do. Unlike them, complaining on social media. I have a long week ahead of me. Then I gotta rest. Actually rest. So. Yeah, that's yawn. That very much a yawn that kills me. But I am about in 6.1. I'm at 6.0 right now. I just gotta go talk to the one, and then that will get through that. If I really want to, I'll do 2 per day. But that's gonna be really long, and I'm gonna have to be rested for it. Because I suspect each quest is going to take 6 hours. Not retitle the stream. Then I gotta timestamp everything from here on out. I said that last time. I just gotta sit down and do that. I'm tired of my stuff looking disorganized. Like a stack of cards. So, but I can only play this so much. But then again, I can't keep neglecting things elsewhere. I'm not the type. Matt's the type, though. Anyways, till then, I will catch people later. In fact, I'll stream Sunday. I'll hate it. I'll be dead tired. I just gotta remember to wake up. Then again, the problem with streaming, let's say if I stream Sunday. Okay, I'll stream Sunday. Problem is I have people who play Diablo at night, so... I feel like I've neglected not playing with them, but... I had to take like a week off. Feels like an apocalypse has happened over there, but... some time to myself isn't terrible. So... anyways, I'm going to go to bed too, probably early.